Yo, 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 come on in, come on in, come on in. We got some catching up to do from yesterday. Actually covering the live trial today as well for the live updates. They actually supposed to get a new witness on trial today. I think the chick Mia they supposed to have on trial today on the stand today. So we definitely gonna stay updated with that. But I definitely want to tap in to Diddy ex assistant testimony. I want to get into that. So make sure y'all hit that like button on the way in. Please smash that like button. Smash that like button. And we're gonna go ahead and get into this. I'm gonna go ahead and get this started. And then I'm gonna tap in periodically through the live stream for updates or whatever. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into this. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Gun and a plan to kill Kid Cudi?
Put a
These
thumbs
are
up if you can hear
allegations the
this.
jury just heard from Capricorn Clark, a former Diddy employee whose testimony could be key to proving the racketeering case against the hip-hop mogul. I'm going to speak with Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom, to get the latest from what went down. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. Morgan & Morgan is investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to check, just takes a few minutes, and you don't pay unless they win. So scan the QR code on screen, click the link below, or head over to forthepeople.com/LCDepo to see if you qualify. Well,
Yep.
and yet another big day of testimony. Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, Capricorn Clark, detailed a years-long pattern of
Hey, what up? What up? What up?
violent outbursts,
King
workplace
Gemini,
abuse,
E Holly
all
favorite.
while
What's going
working
on?
for the hip-hop mogul. And you know why her testimony is so important?
Back on
Because
trial
Clark,
today.
who served as Combs' personal assistant and later as Cassandra Ventura's creative director, she arguably helps prove the racketeering charge in this case. More specifically, the underlying kidnapping, arson, maybe even forced labor underlying crimes that support the pattern of racketeering activity. Remember, prosecutors need to prove at least 2 underlying crimes to get the racketeering count. And what she apparently told these jurors was a lot. Even that Combs allegedly threatened to kill her, that she was forced to take a lie detector test. Okay, so we're going to break all this down. And to do that, I want to bring on now Law and Crime.
Oh, she also testified that Diddy had a gun for 50 Cent. Had a gun for 50 Cent. But we're going to get into that later. Let's go ahead and continue this.
Elizabeth Milner, who's been inside that courtroom throughout the trial every day for every piece of testimony, and that includes the testimony of Capricorn Clark. Elizabeth, great to see you. So Capricorn Clark, we knew she was going to take the stand after the explosive testimony from Kid Cudi last week where he mentioned her. Before we even get into any specifics about her testimony, just remind our audience who she is exactly, how she even got involved with the Sean Combs enterprise, or that's more of a legal term if we're talking about a criminal enterprise, the Sean Combs business. How about that?
Well, Capricorn Clark is a name that we've been hearing about a number of times, right? We know that she had been working under Diddy's employment for a number of years, but she really kind of broke it down today just as far as what position that she had held at which time. So when she was first brought on to kind of the bad boy orbit, or the Diddy orbit, we could also say, this was around the 2004 to 2006 timeframe when Capricorn Clark was just Diddy's assistant at the time. But then after a couple promotions, she went on to become the director of marketing. She worked for the women's department of Sean John. And then she went on to global branding, and something that she had held as a position from about 2008 to 2012. Then there was some time lapse because a lot of things had happened after that time period. But around 2016 to 2018, she was rehired again, and she was hired actually this time to work as Cassie's brand director. So she had worked pretty much kind of from the ground up in a way, if you think about it, from just an executive assistant role all the way up until she was essentially just kind of monitoring or at least managing Cassie's brand, how she looked, how she would appear in press and red carpets, that sort of thing. And what else we know about Capricorn Clark is she was one of the other people, including Diddy and one of the security guards, who went over to Kid Cudi's house while Diddy was essentially looking for the rapper because he was in a relationship with Cassie around the time. And so this was a person that a lot of us have been anticipating her testimony today, because a lot of us just wanted to know what she had to say. We had already heard from Cassie, and we already heard from Kid Cudi last week, and now we're hearing from Capricorn Clark. So she's really kind of tied into just different orbits or different tangles of the web within Diddy's orbit, I should say.
And my understanding is that she starts her testimony by telling the jury that right from day one of her employment, Combs threatened her life. And I think this has something to do with because she had worked for Suge Knight in the past, who's a big rival, by the way, of Diddy, if anybody doesn't know.
I know if people don't know kind of the rivalry, how it started between Diddy and Suge Knight, it's like you're living under a rock essentially. But I thought it was interesting just Capricorn Clark's connection to Suge Knight, and that she said that Suge Knight is the father of her best friend's children. Now, she didn't name who this best friend was while she was testifying today, but she did reveal that she had previously signed with Death Row way before she had worked with Bad Boy. So when she was hired at Bad Boy, of course, Diddy was going to have a conversation with her, and the conversation, according to Capricorn Clark, was pretty tense from what she had described. So she said this conversation that they had was just on her first day of the job as a personal assistant. So this was around the 2004 time frame. And she said on that first day that she, Diddy, and one of Diddy's security guards named Paul Albert, who we have known about for a while now, he's actually referred to by other witnesses as Uncle Paulie, that Diddy, Capricorn Clark, and Uncle Paulie all went to Central Park. And Central Park's a great place, right? But this conversation that was had at Central Park, not a great place, or not coming from a great place, according to Capricorn Clark's testimony. So she had explained that she went over to the park and that she was kind of describing Uncle Paulie's demeanor as menacing, and she even described him kind of as a linebacker when describing just the size of him. And she said that around this time that Diddy had told her that he would have her killed if she had anything to do with Suge Knight. And this was kind of a moment in the courtroom where a lot of people were just like, oh my God, what? Because when you're seeing Diddy inside that courtroom, he's very toned down. He looks kind of like, looks like a Huxtable, maybe possibly a Mr. Rogers, where he's just in a sweater, he's in an undershirt, he's just wearing slacks. Like, he's not the Diddy that we've seen on red carpets. He's not the Diddy we've seen on social media. So he looks toned down inside the courtroom. So to hear that he had allegedly wanted her killed because she had this previous relationship with Suge Knight, it was kind of just like a, oh my goodness moment a little bit, because this was kind of the first time we were hearing about this. But according to Capricorn Clark, when this alleged threat was being made, that Diddy appeared very calm during this. And again, Uncle Paulie was calm. And Capricorn Clark has said Uncle Paulie didn't say anything when Diddy had allegedly made this threat. Instead, Uncle Paulie remained calm. He was stoic. But Capricorn responded to the threat saying, we'll have to see. And Capricorn admitted while she was on the stand that she should have been more transparent. You know, hindsight's always 20/20, but she said she should have been more transparent just about the overall relationship with Suge Knight, because again, Suge Knight and Diddy go way back, and not in necessarily a good way either. You know, they started off as kind of colleagues in a way, or at least cordial from my understanding of it, and then things escalated. Obviously, Suge Knight used to kind of be on the West Coast side with Death Row, whereas Biggie and even Diddy represented the East Coast side, and that was Bad Boy, of course, that we know. And so then while we were inside the gallery and while we were inside the courtroom, we see a bunch of exhibit photos, and the exhibit photos are photos we've seen before. They were photos of D-Rock. D-Rock was a good friend of Biggie Smalls, according to Capricorn Clark, and this is something that we've known as well too, because D-Rock was the one who had driven down another assistant to try to find Suge Knight that one time. So everything just kind of intertwines with itself, but really I think the takeaway is just this beef carried on and on forever. And so then we saw another exhibit photo, this one of Ruben. Ruben is going to be kind of an important figure later on in Capricorn Clark's testimony. But We saw a photo of Ruben, aka Rue. He also goes by that, and that's actually D-Rock's little brother. Came and was hired after Capricorn Clark. And then we saw an exhibit photo of Roger Bonds, and he started around the same time as Capricorn Clark, and that again is another security guard. So these photos we've seen as government exhibits already. But then Capricorn Clark was asked, did you observe Diddy with a gun? And she had mentioned one particular incident, and this was during the kidnapping incident. And then she had also discussed that there was a time before that Diddy had he was doing kind of this like press events with 50 Cent, and that there was kind of this back and forth between 50 Cent and Diddy, because we know their beef also goes back years and years and years. But according to Capricorn Clark, when she was on the stand today, Diddy, who she refers to as Puff or Puffy while she's on the stand, told Chris Lighty, who used to work with 50 Cent, that I don't like the back and forth, I like guns. And that was kind of a
And he told Chris Lighty, that's 50 Cent's former manager that passed away. He told Chris Lighty that he liked guns. So he ain't playing what he playing on doing. What he had planned on doing. Uh shooting at 50. Well, we know Diddy is a shooter because the club incident with Natanya Rubin. Diddy pulled out that hammer and start firing up in that joint. So we know Diddy is a trigger. He will pull the trigger. But damn, 50 Cent though, that shit crazy, bro. Let's continue though.
way that the prosecution, I felt like, was really kind of coming out swinging as far as just what did you observe with Diddy under your employment? What were the threats that were made? They really just kind of went at it right off of the bat.
No, look, for a racketeering conspiracy charge where prosecutors are saying that he operated a criminal enterprise that was engaged in a pattern of illegal activity, and there are all these underlying crimes, they have to convince this jury that he's essentially almost like a mafia boss, right? That he's a gang leader. And the more they can say who he surrounded himself with, and there was violence and threats and drugs and guns and bodyguards, that's how they build it up. Now, we'll get more into the specifics of the underlying charges they're trying to prove with racketeering, but just to give everybody a sense of what we're talking about, didn't you also describe having to take a lie detector test, this over missing jewelry, which she wouldn't be the first witness, the first former employee of Combs to testify in this trial about a lie detector test?
Right, we got a little snippet of it from David James's testimony last week, but now we're hearing it from, like you said, Jesse, another employee, this one being of Capricorn Clark. So according to Capricorn Clark, she said that she was actually accused within the first few months of her employment, accused of stealing a watch and stealing a necklace, stealing essentially this jewelry, very expensive jewelry, by the way, that was on a loan from this man named Jacob the jeweler. And so Puff, or Diddy, I should say, actually gave Capricorn Clark the jewelry to kind of hold. Again, it was on loan around this time. And Capricorn said that she had called security and told Diddy that his jewelry was missing. Diddy had told Capricorn Clark at this time to go back with Uncle Paulie, again, the same Uncle Paulie who was in Central Park that one day. And Capricorn described being questioned by Uncle Paulie for a long period of time, essentially just about where this jewelry was. She said that Uncle Paulie even came to her home, searched her belongings, something that David James had testified to last week, that his hotel room was searched through by Diddy's security guards. And then we see an exhibit photo of Bad Boy Worldwide, and this later became their new corporate offices. But around the time, it was essentially just kind of this empty building, and I think it's from the address, because I can't have my phone on with me during federal court, but I think from the address, it's not too far from where our law and crime offices are now. But as far as just what had happened in this particular instance, she said she arrived to these offices. Again, these were supposed to be the new corporate headquarters, but at the time that she had went, it was essentially just this abandoned building. And when she went inside, someone locked her in from the outside, so there was no way for her to leave. So she said she was brought up to the 6th floor by Uncle Paulie, and she was met with another man. And she didn't know this man's name. She could not identify what his name was, but really just kind of spoke about his features. And she explained that he was a very wide set man and that he was equivalent to about 6 of her. So just kind of emphasizing that he was just a heavy set man who was smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee, I guess, in this office on the 6th floor. And so this man had told her, because again, we don't know his name, had told her that she needed to take a lie detector test. And if she didn't take the test, the biggest thing was that she said she would be thrown into the East River. Now, there was an objection that had happened after she had.
Actually agree with you, Angela Pierce. This case is more so a domestic case, state case at best, not federal. This is not a federal case. This is state case at best. How is a man gonna be in RICO by himself? I don't understand that. Just the feds just showing you how much power they got, that they can do anything they want. How the hell Diddy is in a RICO by himself? This like history throughout history. It's like R. Kelly and Diddy is the only two that ever been prosecuted in a RICO trial by themselves in history ever. Nobody else has been tried in RICO by themselves. This just showing you the federal government can do whatever the hell they want. You know what I'm saying? In this case, it's a state case at best. This is not a federal trial. And everything that's been, testified against Diddy so far been domestic. It's no sex trafficking, no racketeering. None of those things came up yet. Everything that's been the testimony against Diddy, it's always been domestic. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where they going with this trial, bro. Let's continue though.
Had said this statement during her testimony, and then they had gone to a sidebar. And of course, when the sidebar happens, there's a bunch of a bunch of white noise going off. It kind of sounds like static, and so we can't hear what all is discussed in the sidebar. They're kind of huddled over into the corner, so it's unclear exactly what the defense was kind of objecting to, and just the details kind of surrounding it. And so,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Empress Nandy, but Diddy's the only one on trial. When it's a RICO, there's multiple. When it's a RICO against a crime organization, there are more than just one person on trial in a RICO. It's multiple people. That's why it's called a RICO case. It's multiple people that's supposed to be on trial. Diddy is the only one on trial. He's the only one being charged. Like there's no other people that's being charged or investigated. Yeah, two or more people. Thank you, Natasha Holiday. Two or more people are, involved with a RICO, not one person. Now they did this with R. Kelly as well. He was the only one charged in a RICO case. That don't make no sense to me, bro. It's like the feds doing what they want. They kind of like moving the needle on RICO as well. Like now one person can be charged for a RICO now. They just changing the laws as they go along. That's what it seems like to me. The feds can do it. It's like the feds basically got a license to do whatever the hell they want at any time.
then when they get back from the sidebar, Capricorn Clark is asked whether or not she felt like the man was being serious as far as this threat goes to take the lie detector test. And Capricorn said that the man was being very serious and said she was petrified during this whole incident, and said that she ended up just going ahead and taking the test. And so she was asked questions like, did you steal? Did you come up with a plan to steal? And the results came back inconclusive. The results were inconclusive, she had said, because the lie detector administrator wasn't getting a good reading of her because she was so nervous, she was so jittery. And when I was younger, I took like a lie detector test because my dad worked as a police officer, and really, like, if you are asked a question like, did you clean your room, and you get nervous, it does kind of spike up. So that I can say is my only experience taking a lie detector test. But from what Capricorn Clark was kind of explaining while on the stand, is just how petrified and nervous she was. But she said she was left in this deserted office the entire day and just kept on taking these lie detector tests all day, unable to leave. And Uncle Polly was the one who told her she cannot leave. And so again, the door was locked from the outside, and she was able to leave after Polly essentially let her leave. And the next day, Polly came back, got her again, and she went back to that exact same location, took the lie detector test over again and over again and over again. And she said that she had to come back and do this lie detector test 5 times. And these lie detector tests, according to Capricorn Clark, lasted essentially all day. And she said the reason she kept coming back and doing these tests was because she wanted to prove her innocence. She said that she didn't take anything from anyone, and she didn't go and tell the police because she had worked under an NDA. There was an objection. That objection was sustained, so the jury, won't be able to hear that part. But She said during these long days, long hours of taking this lie detector test that Diddy didn't check up on her during this time. And then after the 5 days was over, Uncle Paulie told her that she could go back to work that next Monday, or that following Monday, I should say. But she doesn't even know where the jewelry was or if it was even ever located. And she said she continued to work for Diddy after the time, even though, he had kept making her do this lie detector test so quickly into her new position.
Couple of things that I take away from this. One, again, feeds into the narrative of this. This is really like a criminal enterprise, right? Lie detector tests, bodyguards, threats. But I think the threats also corroborate what Cassie had testified to. So Cassie had talked about threats, and which is very important for coercion, one of the elements of sex trafficking, right? And the big theme is, why didn't she leave? Why didn't she step away? Why didn't she report what was going on? Well, think about the environment she was around. And if she's not the only one testifying to this, and there's been other witnesses who've testified about being abused by Combs, or allegedly abused by Combs, or threatened by Combs, this adds to this. But it could also, I wonder, when she's talking about this, does it help prove maybe kidnapping? Does it help prove maybe forced labor? It'll be interesting to see how the prosecutors articulate it. The biggest takeaway I had from this, and I took notes, is that your dad basically gave you a lie detector test about whether or not you clean your room. That's a separate question for Elizabeth Milner that we have to talk about. The fact that your dad gave you a lie detector test, we'll talk about that another day. But I do want to ask you about Kid Cudi, okay? We knew she was going to testify about Kid Cudi, and she talked about him at length. Now, I think the real important part, and we know that he and Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, they were involved together briefly when apparently Ventura and Combs were on a break. What can you tell us about this? Because she was describing essentially being held at gunpoint, or that she was picked up from her home by Combs. He had a gun, and this may lead into this kidnapping count. So again, one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering, you need to prove too, is kidnapping. There's also sex trafficking, there's drug crimes, there's forced labor, there's arson.
I don't believe Diddy kidnapped anyone or held them against their will. Man, those people wanted to be around that nigga, bro. They enjoyed being around that nigga for the lifestyle, the connects that he had. I don't believe he held any of them people against their will, especially not Cassie. Cassie then left the relationship like 2 or 3 times and started dating other people while she was separated from Diddy. But she chose to go back. So I don't understand how it's kidnapping or any of that or held against her will when she left multiple times and went back. That shit don't make no sense to me, bro. She left multiple times and went back. And she was dating other niggas while she was gone. Like Kid Cudi being one of them. Like, that makes no damn sense to me, bro. The feds just be on some. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. The feds on some weird shit. It's the feds. I blame the feds for this shit. It's like they want to take this nigga down so damn bad, they just throwing anybody on the stand. Bro, it's the feds, bro. And they really ain't got shit on this nigga like that, except people coming in there and testifying against him on some domestic shit. Like, I believe this nigga Diddy did something behind the scenes to get these people pissed off. Because if so, why they let him operate all these years? 30 plus something years they let him operate and do all this shit. Same with R. Kelly. The P tape been out there. That was R. Kelly on that P tape. Everybody seen that shit. Why they wait 30 something years or 20 something years later? Why they ain't arrest his ass then? That was R. Kelly on that P tape with the underage little girl on there. Then they bringing this whack ass Me Too movement out as a psyop. You know what I mean? This dumbass Me Too shit. I don't know where that was some dumb shit they came out with, the documentary and all that. Like, and the thing about it is, what makes it crazy is that these people are always going for the civil suit, for the money. Why don't these niggas why they don't go after a criminal case with these niggas, bro? It's always, are we going after the money? That was clearly R. Kelly on that fucking P tape, but they Why they getting arrested and charged for that? Why the state ain't take that shit over, take that case over? It's like when these niggas is disposable when they don't have any more use for them. It's like now we gotta drag these niggas through the court. We gotta break their pockets. We gotta make them sell their masters off. It's just all types of weird shit, bro. Yeah, exactly, Shirley Miles. I know exactly why they going after them.
But talk
We talk about it all the time on this channel. But let's continue, y'all. We're gonna continue because there's a lot of shit that we trying to cover with this too. So make sure y'all hit that like button, smash that like button if you haven't, share this live stream if you can. Yeah, I mean, let people know Night They Talk Media is live with this. And let's continue.
to me about
I'm gonna try to bring bro on, a little bit later, but right now I'm just trying to get the morning coverage and the updates that we missed from yesterday because we didn't go live yesterday on the trial because we was working on other stuff anyway. So you know what I mean, and handling other business and shit. So, but we on it today, man. Let's continue.
what happened here. This happened, I think, in December 2011.
Yep, the December of 2011, right before the holiday times. And so as soon as we start to get into the Kid Cudi kind of aspect of Capricorn Clark's testimony, we are shown, you might have guessed it, an exhibit photo of Kid Cudi. So Capricorn Clark verified that was Kid Cudi. Obviously, the jury kind of has his face fresh in their mind. He had just testified last week. And so she again confirmed that that was Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi. And she said that Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi in around December of 2011, and that Cassie asked if Kid Cudi could join the two on a hike together. And Capricorn Clark actually said it was a bad idea. And you would think a hike, it's so simple, it's so easy. I don't understand what the problem is. But Capricorn said that she was concerned about Diddy finding out, and Diddy finding out that Kid Cudi was just around them. And so Capricorn said that around this time, Diddy was paying for her phone. So she was worried that Diddy might be able to see who was calling her. And so he might also be able to see Cassie's text messages to Capricorn Clark. And so Capricorn Clark said that she had took Cassie actually to buy a burner phone because she was afraid that they would all get killed. And so there was an objection made. That objection was sustained. And so there were a lot of objections here and there, especially when it came to the threats of being killed made by the defense. And so during this testimony, Diddy, I could see over at the defense table kind of shaking his head. The gallery, I think, seemed a little shocked because this was another alleged threat about being killed. But again, the objection was sustained. Capricorn explained that she all of a sudden heard a loud banging at her apartment one day. And she said that she looked through the people. She saw Diddy was there, and Diddy was upset. He was pacing back and forth. His body language looked like he had something in his hand. So Capricorn opened the door. And Diddy was still upset, but she described Diddy wearing kind of a button-down shirt. He was wearing a sweater. He was wearing slacks that were ripped, exposing his underwear, she had said. But she said also in his hand, she noticed that he had a gun in his hand. And so Diddy said to Capricorn, "Why didn't you tell me?" And then said, "Who is Scott?" And Scott being Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi. And so Diddy then told Capricorn Clark, "Get dressed. We're gonna go kill this N-word." And so I'm seeing Diddy kind of jotting notes down during this testimony. And Capricorn explained that she didn't want to go. She said Diddy made her, and that Diddy had put the gun that he had held in his hand into his waist, and that Diddy seemed pretty mad. And that Diddy has never even been to Capricorn Clark's house before. So definitely during the cross, they were like, well, how do you get upstairs? How was he let into this building? And those types of questions. But during direct testimony, Capricorn was explaining that Diddy put the gun in his lap once they were inside the car, and that there was another person there, and that was Ruben. Ruben, who has also been referred to as Rube by other witnesses, Rube, and he was driving the vehicle. And so when Capricorn, Rube, and Diddy all drove up to Kid Cudi's then home up in the Hollywood Hills, that they were in an Escalade together, and that Capricorn explained that she wasn't able to even leave this Escalade because everything was moving so fast and there was just no conversations going on. But she said that they went to his home in the Hollywood Hills, driving from Capricorn's house over to Kid Cudi's house. Then we see an exhibit of a Google map kind of mapping out the the route that they would take, even though Capricorn was like, that's not the route I would take. But there was that. And then there was another exhibit of Kid Cudi's front door. So Capricorn explained when they got there, got to Kid Cudi's house, that she didn't even know whether he was there or not. So Capricorn stayed in the car while Ruben and Diddy went inside Kid Cudi's home. So what Capricorn did was she ended up calling Cassie on her burner phone, calling Cassie's burner phone, I should say. And Capricorn said to Cassie, Cassie, what the F? And told Cassie that she was brought to Kid Cudi's home to kill him. And Capricorn said that she had changed the name of Cassie's name of the burner phone to her best friend's name, just so that way she can not have Diddy find out. But she could hear Kid Cudi on the phone, and Cassie told him to stop, or she told Cassie to tell Kid Cudi to stop him, because if he had gone down to his home, he might have been killed. She just didn't know what was going to happen had Kid Cudi driven to his home. And so Diddy comes out of the home, and Diddy is, I guess, yelling at Capricorn, who the F are you talking to? Diddy called this number back and then got livid, knowing that Cassie now has a burner phone and now has a number that Diddy seemingly didn't know about. And so Capricorn said that Kid Cudi then pulled up to his home, but then he sped off after Diddy, Ruben, and Capricorn, I guess, spotted him. And so they all chased after him, and Capricorn was just riding in the car. Ruben, again, was driving, and then Diddy was just in the car too. And they chased him until they lost him. And that's when police had responded to Kid Cudi's home. And so Capricorn explained that Diddy was relatively calm after kind of hearing the police sirens, and that Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben all went to the Key Club afterwards. And Diddy told Capricorn to essentially just get Cassie. So Cassie gets a phone call. Cassie says, okay, come get me. And that Cassie was relatively calm. That's how Capricorn described it. But Diddy had told Cassie to tell Kid Cudi not to tell the police that Diddy was allegedly behind this, and not to make a police report. And Capricorn was explaining that if Kid Cudi would have.
I do believe Diddy was overprotective of Cassie, and he was doing kind of moving weird. I mean, because he was like that with Kim Porter. We know that. And he's like a control freak. So I won't put it past him far as like doing shit far as like with the Kid Cudi thing and shit. But they gotta have clear cut evidence of that shit though. Like you can't just, I mean, it seems like everything right now is by word of mouth. He's being everything is word of mouth. They don't have like no concrete evidence of anything except for the scratch off gun parts that he had in his house when he got raided. And I guess the little bit of drugs they found it and all that, but far as like the rest of this shit is just word of mouth testimonies. You know what I'm saying? Now the feds, I know they said they had some shit, some tapes or whatever, or the freak offs or whatever, but like we said, freak offs are not illegal unless people's being held against their will, or children involved, or you know what I'm saying, or things of that nature. But I mean, everything we didn't heard so far been seems consensual to me. I don't know. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know what y'all think of that. But let's continue, man.
Went forth with filing the police report and speaking to police about who was allegedly behind this, that Diddy could have possibly killed everyone, including Capricorn, including Kid Cudi, including even Cassie, according to Capricorn's testimony. And so Kid Cudi was mind blown, according to Capricorn Clark's testimony. And then afterwards, Capricorn, Cassie, and then Diddy went over to Diddy's home, and then Diddy violently physically assaulted Cassie during this. According to Capricorn, he kept kicking her. He never used his hands. She was crouched into the fetal position, and that Diddy kicked Cassie all the way into the street, essentially, that Cassie was just crying really silently while Diddy was kicking her, including even in her back. She said Ruben was present during this physical assault, but that he didn't even intervene. And so what Diddy had told Capricorn is that if you do intervene, that he would F her up too. And, you know, when Capricorn's on the witness stand, she didn't shy away from using, you know, profanity or, you know, lewd language or anything like that. She really just kind of went all in. And so just hearing that, it's just kind of like, wow, it was just pretty shocking testimony. And so Capricorn said then she called D-Rock to tell his brother to kind of intervene and to stop things. Then when she didn't see that Ruben's phone was ringing and that he wasn't intervening, that's when Capricorn ended up calling Regina Ventura, who we know is Cassie's mother. And so she called Regina Ventura on the phone, and she had told Regina, I can't call the police, but you can. Again, kind of pointing to the threats that were made, just the fear that she had had. And so Capricorn admitted that she didn't call police because the mission was to get Kid Cudi not to tell police what had happened to his car. So she felt like it would have been counterintuitive for her to call police. And it was just kind of a little bit of a weird thing to say, but essentially the takeaway is that she didn't intervene. Ruben didn't intervene. None of Diddy's security intervened. It's something that we've heard about so many times where people are around it. They're witnessing what's going on with Diddy towards Cassie, and they're just not intervening. And so later on, Capricorn said that she did end up visiting Cassie after. Cassie was in this hotel, and her stuff was just thrown everywhere. It was smashed. It was just everywhere inside that room. And so then that's when we see another exhibit, and this is an exhibit we've seen multiple times, and that's that exhibit from Cassie to Capricorn Clark with her mom CC'd on it, essentially explaining that Diddy was threatening to release 2 sexually explicit videos of her around the holidays. So this again was December of 2011 in response to the relationship that Cassie had with Kid Cudi. So I will say those were just the biggest takeaways of Capricorn Clark's testimony when it comes to just what had happened and what she had witnessed from her side of things, just in regards to what had happened with Kid Cudi.
Yeah, and look, again, it helps support that kidnapping allegation, well, underlying crime of kidnapping, but it also, as I said, corroborates what Ventura said when she talks about no one stepped forward. Dawn Richard said the same thing, that Cassie was beat up in front of high-powered celebrities like Usher and Jimmy Iovine. No one stepped forward. It goes to that power dynamic.
Yeah, that's another thing. Nobody stepped forward. None of them stepped forward. They're not gonna testify against Diddy. Not Usher, not none of them. They're not gonna testify. I think they said Neo was there, Usher was there, and a few other people. We know French Fry Montana was there. We know Frenchie French Fry Montana was there next to Diddy. We DJ Solid. Yeah, I mean Rick Floss, all them niggas. You know they was around Diddy. They always around Diddy. So we know. And Ray Gay was always around Diddy. So a lot of them niggas probably did see him go upside Cassie, but they said Cassie was, you know what I mean, on some shit too though. Like they were saying Cassie was on some shit too. It wasn't like a one-way street. It was like they beating on each other on some Ike and Tina type shit in the back of the limo. I mean, it was basically just a toxic ass relationship, bro, that went bad. Yeah, I mean, she was down with the freak offs until it wasn't time, until she was done, wanting to be done with the freak offs. And then it was like not fun, not so much fun anymore. You know what I'm saying? But at the beginning, we seen those text messages in the transcripts that came out. Cassie was with that freak shit, bro. She was definitely down with the freak offs, man. She was more freaky in them text messages than Diddy was. In them emails and them text messages, she was more freakier than that nigga was. She was saying some freaky shit in them text messages and emails. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we know she was definitely on some freaky deaky shit, boy. But I guess it wasn't going so good because her career, like she had like that one hit. That one hit, it wasn't going so good. You know what I mean? She left. Then she got with the dent. Oh, hold on. We can't skip past this part either. They said she was on FaceTime with the nigga she with now, her husband, having sex with Diddy on FaceTime. She was having sex with Diddy while she was FaceTiming the dude. What type of shit is that? Bro, this case is weird as hell. The feds on some dumb shit. This case is weird. And we gonna see where it goes from here. It's still what? We on week 3? Still what? 6 more weeks of this shit? Right, she having a freak off on FaceTime, bro. Like, come on, bro. And then she gonna try to say the nigga that the husband ain't know. You mean to tell me you ain't? And I believe she didn't tell her husband everything anyway. That all that shit came out in trial, bro. Like this nigga was sitting up in the courtroom listening to all that freaky shit that she was saying and doing. He didn't know nothing about all. She didn't tell that nigga about all that stuff, bro. The husband she with, she didn't tell him everything, but he damn sure found out on that damn court in that damn courtroom. I tell you that. He probably was like, well, I believe she you know, that 20 million that she got from Diddy was rightfully given. You know what I mean? Rightfully taken, basically. But the thing is, being as though she got that 20 million, why is her ass on the stand any damn way? But it's the feds. Like I said, the feds, bro. The feds is doing all this shit, bro. It's the feds. Diddy piss somebody off and the feds want his ass broke in jail for life. Because they let this nigga operate all these years. They let him operate all these years. Why now? You say he was training her? Hell yeah, he was training. Man, listen. But she was already a freak. She was already a freak before she got with Diddy. She was already on some freak shit before she got with Diddy, bro. Like, she was a young freak. She was a young freak, John. That's just how it go. You know what I mean? But when she got with this nigga, you know what I mean, he brought out some extra freaky shit in her anyway, with this freak offs and them going on Backpage and goddamn Craigslist and ordering male escorts and shit off of there. And, like they was doing the most with the freak offs, bro. They was doing them. I believe some of them feds was up in them freak offs, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like some of them feds was up in them freak offs and on them tapes. Diddy, the feds that was working with Diddy is on some of them tapes, bro. I'm gonna be honest, bro. There's a couple of them feds Diddy was working with on them sex tape, on them freak off tape, bro. They don't want that shit to be out there. They like, nah, we gotta keep the focus on this nigga. We don't want to be seen on them freak off tapes. Yeah, the feds on them freak off tapes, bro. They is. It's probably like 2 or 3, 4 or 5 of them motherfuckers on them freak tapes, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Couple of judges, couple of lawyers, couple of them Diageo niggas on sex tape, like, you know what I mean? We know most of them celebrity niggas that was around this niggas on some of them tapes. But yeah, feds on them freak tapes, bro. That's why they go gunning for this nigga so hard. The feds on some of them freak ass tapes, and they ain't know they was record. They ain't know they was being recorded. They ain't know them feds ain't know they was being recorded on them freak tape on them freak calls, bro. They gun holding for this nigga Diddy, boy. Let's continue though.
If people are questioning why Cassie didn't speak up or step forward, I think the argument being put forward by prosecutors is if he can do this and no one steps in, including these high-powered celebrities, what do you expect her to do? And that is a big theme that's going to be exploited by both sides. But before I even get into the car fire, so which we talked about last week for Kid Cudi,
Yeah, he definitely pissed somebody off.
Allegedly being set on fire by Sean Combs or his staff, which goes to the arson, right? Another underlying crime for racketeering. Arson. Putting that to the side, Capricorn Clark testified a lot about just her experience working with Diddy, the difficulty of working for Diddy. She talked about long hours, right? Extreme pressure. Didn't she say she hated it there?
Yeah, Jesse, as far as just the long hours that she would work, again, this was something that we had heard from other assistants, including
They
James
hated it
Kaplan,
there, but they
including David James.
continue to
Now we're
stick
hearing it from
around.
Capricorn Clark, too, where she had said that, as her role as a personal assistant, it was pretty much a 24/8 job, literally, because there were a lot of days that she was just working a lot of hours. So she explained on a good night, she's getting 4 hours of sleep, and that's on a good night. And she said on a bad night, that's cutting it in half. She said she would only get 2 hours of sleep. And so she said just the pressure juncture, she ended up getting stress-induced alopecia just from working as Diddy's personal assistant, to the point she even went to a doctor, and the doctor was essentially like, you got to calm down, you got to relieve this
Oh,
stress
sure.
some way. And so she was explaining that around this time, she was making about $65,000 as a personal assistant. However, when she went to HR to discuss just overtime, because she is working more than those 8-hour days, according to her, times where she wasn't getting off until maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, having to be back at 9 a.m., that she went to HR, and HR actually calculated Capricorn's overtime, and that the head of HR around this time, or just one of the officials with HR, said that she was actually owed $80,000 of overtime. But was this overtime ever given to her? According to Capricorn Clark, Diddy looked at this document that kind of summed up all the overtime that she had earned, and Diddy ripped up the paper. And so this is kind of another example just of just how Diddy would kind of treat his employees as their boss. And she would even explain too, just kind of, we've heard from other assistants too, again, David James, again, George Kaplan, just about hotel stays, and that they would kind of set up the hotel rooms. But I thought it was interesting hearing about this from Capricorn Clark, because again, thinking about this time frame, 2004 to 2006, she was already setting up hotel rooms. And this was prior to the Cassie relationship, because according to Capricorn Clark, she was setting up hotel rooms that Diddy would even stay out with Kim Porter, and he would stay with Kim Porter about once a week. She was asked to pack and unpack things. She said that some of the aliases used for Diddy's girlfriends at the time, again, this before Cassie, was Jackie Starr, surprisingly a name that Cassie had used as one of her aliases. And the names that Diddy was still booking hotel rooms under were Frank Black, Frank White. But according to Capricorn, she said some of her duties even included unpacking Diddy's clothes, his shoes, but also his toiletry bag, something that was a Louis Vuitton bag. And she said, what was in the Louis Vuitton bag beyond toiletries? Well, drugs, including drugs like ecstasy. And according to Capricorn Clark, ecstasy was kind of a big drug that Diddy was using a lot of the time while she was working with him. But she said she also was told to unpack a camera box. And she said inside the camera box was a camera, but also it was other items like lube and baby oil. And so again, this going back all the way to the 2004-2006 time frame, and that Diddy brought this camera box and toiletry bag every hotel stay that he had went to, and that Diddy would stay in hotels for a few days on end, again kind of playing into what Cassie was talking about, but this predating her. And so afterwards, Capricorn Clark explained that she would have to be tasked with kind of helping clean up the hotel rooms too, and that she would pack up Diddy's stuff, she would clean up, and there would sometimes be things like baby oil that would just be kind of everywhere inside this hotel room, including even on the walls. And so it was interesting kind of hearing how her responsibilities didn't differ too much from the...
Yo, please make sure y'all hit that like button. Y'all coming in here, please smash the like button if you can. If you got access to the thumbs up button, go ahead and click that. And let's go ahead and continue.
Assistants that came after her, because it seems like their roles and responsibilities all aligned the same.
Look, generally speaking, again, going back to racketeering, if you're saying he operated a criminal enterprise and there was a conspiracy, right, an agreement between him and others to further racketeering activities, criminal activities, you got to know who the team was. You got to know who helped put it together. He didn't do it alone. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll be guilty of a crime or took a deal, but you got to know who the team is. You got to know who the people that surrounded himself were. Now, real quick, did she say anything about Kid Cudi's car being set on fire, the investigation into that? That was a big, big factor in this case. Goes to the arson, which is one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. Kid Cudi said that he not only feels that his house was broken into by Combs and his associates, but that his car was set on fire. What did she say about that?
Yeah, so she said that actually an arson investigator reached out to her in the summer of 2012. So Kid Cudi and the Molotov cocktail was lodged into his car in January of that same year. But by the summer, Capricorn Clark said that she was reached out to by an arson investigator, and that Kid Cudi was the one who gave this investigator Capricorn Clark's name. And so Capricorn said that she actually hung up with the investigator, didn't give a statement to this person, and that Diddy asked Capricorn about why she didn't tell him about Kid Cudi, and that Diddy had threatened to cut her face and kill her. That's what she had said on the witness stand. And she had said that D-Rock, again, a security guard that we've heard about a number of times throughout other witness testimony, and Cassie were present during these threats that were made to Capricorn. And so Capricorn explained that her relationship with Cassie actually kind of changed after this incident, and she being Capricorn Clark actually told Harv Pierre and HR what had happened about her being kidnapped by Diddy, and she told them Puff kidnapped me and threatened to kill Kid Cudi. And what had happened was that it wasn't a situation where it was investigated or that, Harv Pierre or HR had spoken to Diddy, or maybe they did speak to Diddy. But according to Capricorn Clark, what happened to her is that she got a 30-day notice to essentially leave her job, to quit her job after she had reported this incident to HR. And so she said, she was reached out to by an arson investigator in summer of 2012. And by August of 2012, her employment was terminated, and she was accused of not putting in her vacation time incorrectly. So they didn't say it was because she had known about Kid Cudi or anything like that. She said it was essentially just kind of a way that they had used a loophole to say that she wasn't taking her vacation time properly. And so she was given a 30-day notice and was terminated by August of that year. So Capricorn told HR that Diddy was harassing her because she didn't tell Diddy about Cassie seeing Kid Cudi. And after she was terminated from her position, she lost a lot of things like her 401k, her insurance, her car, her house. Her car and her house were, I guess, paid for by Bad Boy. And so she lost all of that. And Diddy had told Capricorn she wasn't going to work again and that she had no friends. And Capricorn said that she had a job that she was going to go afterwards, but that job had fallen through and that she was struggling to find a job. And so what ended up happening is that she reached a settlement with Diddy in October of that same year. So she was fired in August or terminated in August. And then by October of 2012, she was already receiving a settlement. The thing is, we don't know how much the settlement was for, but we do know that there was no pending civil litigation as of now. And we do know, again, that the two had reached a settlement that had a bunch of stipulations. One of those even being that Diddy was supposed to be giving her positive job recommendations, something that didn't happen. And it was something that was really touched upon.
Yo, and I think that's what it's more about. Diddy made, a lot of these people thought they was gonna be, superstars under Diddy. That's the same thing happened with the Bill Cosby shit. Like a lot of them people thought they was, Bill was gonna carry their careers over and blow them up to be, stars and shit. And I think that's a lot of this shit is, blowing back on Diddy far as these people coming forward and testifying because their careers didn't go anywhere. You know, he probably, he probably did that bad boy family promise shit. You know how niggas be with the, we bad boys for life and we family and all that shit. So a lot of these people was under that impression that they was, you know, bad boy family and all that. So he promised them that he was gonna take their careers to the top, like they always do. And I feel like a lot of them feel like they got slighted out of shit. Same thing with Cassie, going after that, all that shit she was doing, basically added up to nothing. I mean, she benefited off the lifestyle being with the nigga at the time, but when she left, she didn't have shit. She didn't have anything when she left. She was broke. Like she went broke. She married this nigga that was a trainer. He went. They was broke, and this nigga probably was in their ear like, yeah, we need to go. You need to, after all that shit you done dealt with Sean, you need to go after go after that money. We got babies on the way, and we need to go after that money and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I believe a lot of these people's testimonies is based off the fact that he kind of slighted them out of you know um deals and shit like that. I mean, that's just my take on it. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments and in the chat or whatever. But let's continue though.
A little bit during cross and then definitely during redirect.
Yeah, I want to ask about the defense. I mean, her testimony is fascinating. Even the idea, as I understand it, she said in 2012 that the Los Angeles Fire Department called her, to talk about the arson. She hung up, never called back, didn't want to have anything to do with it. Talk to us about the cross-examination. And there's a lot of different parts of the cross-examination, but one of the things that I was trying to understand, and I hope you can articulate, there was a lot of questions about her relationship with Cassie, her views on Cassie. She went back to work with Cassie in 2016. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was interesting kind of hearing from Capricorn's own words and her own mouth, just her describing her relationship with Cassie. Because there were times during direct testimony, during cross testimony, that I was just kind of like, did she care about Cassie? Were they really friends? Because I feel like from Kid Cudi's explanation, he had explained that Capricorn Clark was a great friend to
Now, Capricorn. Now, I meant to bring this up as well. Now, they're saying Capricorn Clark is. Y'all let me know in the chat if this is true or not. Capricorn Clark is big sister to Lauren London. Y'all let me know in the chat if that's correct. Is she's the sister of Lauren London? Somebody in the chat confirm this. Nah. I mean, I've seen pictures with her around London a lot. Like I've seen a lot of pictures of them together. But I heard people saying that, but I wasn't sure. I seen pictures, but I wasn't sure if that's okay. Coco Runway said play sister. Okay, all right. Because I know she was Clark was working for Diddy around the time that Lauren London and Nipsey was hanging out with Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Like we seen all them hanging out together in the studio and parties and outings or what have you. They was all together. Lauren London, Nipsey, Cassie, Diddy, and a slew of other people that was part of that crew. But yeah, people were saying that Clark was sister to Lauren London, so I wasn't sure or not. But thanks for confirming that. Let's continue, y'all. Please hit that like button. Let's continue.
Cassie, but from Capricorn, it seemed like Cassie was kind of the root of why she was fired, and she seemed like she kind
Right,
of
right.
held a
Natasha,
grudge
he
a little
did.
bit
Nipsey
about
did
that. And
too.
so
Right.
once they started getting into Cassie, this was a little bit after the lunch break. They touched base upon it just a little bit as far as just her working with Diddy when they were kind of establishing those foundational questions. Because when Mark Agnifilo was cross-examining Capricorn Clark, he started off very easy, very slow, like he wanted to be her friend. And then that's when, defense attorneys do what defense attorneys do. They try to, go in, Diddy hires a bunch of sharks, but Mark Agnifilo really kind of approached it in a delicate way, as far as I could tell. But there were some hard questions, and a Capricorn did get emotional at times while she was testifying today. But as far as just Cassie and her relationship, there was this conversation about Capricorn meeting Cassie, and this was back when she was still with Ryan Leslie, her former boyfriend, but also who used to be her producer. And that's when Capricorn actually had first met Cassie. So this was even prior to Cassie signing with Bad Boy. And she said that she didn't always get along with Cassie. She said these issues kind of began around 2008 when Cassie and Diddy started dating. And Capricorn had explained that Cassie's expectation level was increasing. She went from being kind of a sweet model to a feisty girlfriend. That's what she said on the stand. Then they kind of got into Cassie's talent range in a way where essentially the defense and Capricorn were saying that she had talent, but she wasn't talented. And, these are not coming from my own mouth, but that was something that was being discussed while on the stand. And so Capricorn explained that Cassie was more of a studio artist and not necessarily a live performer. And it's something that I think Cassie had owned while she was testifying, where she had talked about just some rough live performances that she had had, especially during her start in her music career. And Capricorn was explaining that Cassie's live performances didn't go that well because Cassie was nervous and she had a lot of nerves going on. Then the defense brings up Cassie's drug use and whether or not that prevented her from being a good performer. But Capricorn said that Cassie wasn't a hard worker when they had moved to Los Angeles. So this was around the 2009-ish time frame. But she said that Cassie was hardworking before. And so Capricorn was saying that Cassie got a lot of support from Diddy and from Diddy's businesses as far as, getting access to stylists and choreographers and some of the best of the best. And I think, the defense is trying to point out that Cassie wasn't struggling for anything essentially because it was all provided to her and that she was a lot more successful possibly than maybe some of the jurors had realized. And so Capricorn was asked, were there other artists in Bad Boy getting less attention? And Capricorn responded yes. And so they kind of took it date by date. So from 2007 to 2009, Capricorn explained that Cassie got a considerable amount of attention. Again, this was at the start of their relationship. And she said the lion's share of Bad Boy was actually focused on Cassie. Then Bad Boy signed some more artists. And then by 2016, Diddy had fell back and he was essentially supporting Cassie from afar. But I think what's interesting around that time frame is that Capricorn was hired as Cassie's brand manager around that time. So that role kind of fell with Capricorn from her description of it. And so then we're shown this exhibit photo of Cassie. She has neon hair as she's at the MTV, I think, Music Video Awards, and that Capricorn was explaining that she had put her in this particular look because she wanted to put her into the future and just kind of get away from kind of the half-shaved head and kind of go on to her next look that she'd essentially be rocking. And so as far as Cassie, it kind of went a little bit of everywhere as far as just the dates go. So we get back into the January 2012 time frame where Capricorn said she was Cassie's representative at this time, and January 13th specifically of 2012 was about 3 weeks after the kidnapping. And the defense says that Capricorn was still conducting business as usual after this kidnapping. And Capricorn says that she was just responding to this email where essentially it was kind of a rep from Bad Boy wanting to get on this virtual call with Cassie, Capricorn, and just some other high-powered people with Bad Boy. So the defense trying to point out that, you know, she wasn't necessarily rocked by this alleged kidnapping, that instead that she was still going on with life as usual, still conducting business as usual. And so then we go back to the year before, around summer, fall of 2011. They were talking about how Bad Boy had paid for Capricorn to live at these apartments called Hillcrest Apartments, and that Cassie began staying with Capricorn when Diddy was busy, and that Cassie just wanted someone to be around because she didn't want to be in the hotels anymore. And then that's when we start kind of getting more into the Kid Cudi incident, and this from the defense's perspective.
Yeah, and it seems to me they're basically, you know, really assassinating the character of Cassandra Ventura, basically saying she's relying on Combs, she's leeching off of him. You know, he's not controlling her, but he's helping her. And this idea of that, you know, he didn't sacrifice her career, he didn't control her career. Maybe she wasn't very hardworking at all, and that she was just using Combs, and really trying to reverse the narrative about her being a victim. I do think it's really interesting where the idea, and they've said this before in the past, that you claim all this happened to you, you claim you saw this, but yet you continue to work for the man, or you wanted to continue to work for the man. Wasn't there an email or something about where she was asking for forgiveness from Sean Combs? Can you talk to us about that?
Yes. Absolutely. There were a lot of emails that were shown, and they were back to back. So I apologize, everyone. I couldn't write all of them down. So I'm going to just kind of paraphrase them. And so this was after Capricorn Clark was terminated. And there were, again, different points where she was let go of her job, she left the job. And so these ones had come a little bit later on, some as late as 2015, 2014, so right before she was rehired back on. And so in one exhibit that we saw, it was an email from Capricorn where the subject line was, or the kind of salutation was, record. My boss, Sean Combs, and by default, Harp Pierre, are upset I went on vacation and are being petty as usual. So that was one email that was sent. Then there was another email sent in September of 2014 that Capricorn wrote to Diddy, are you okay? Is your mom okay? Be well. Again, paraphrasing, there was a lot more said in these emails. Then we saw another email from January 5th of 2015 where Capricorn, she's starting to get emotional here while recalling just the emails that she sent, because she had said in this particular email, sending you blessings and love. I hope to see you this year. There was another a month later, February 28th of 2015, where Capricorn sent another email to Diddy. Hope you're well. The grace period to be mad at me has exceeded past a long period of time. Then we see another email from November 4th of 2015, which I believe is Diddy's birthday, because Capricorn said, happy birthday and good luck with your project. And then it was a pretty long email, so I was trying to write it down. But one big takeaway is that she said in this particular email, she must have wanted him gone. And this she that she was actually referring to was Cassie. Again, a moment where I'm just kind of like, oh wow, because again, from Cassie and Kid Cudi's testimony, you would think that Capricorn Clark was kind of this good friend of Cassie's and was on Cassie's side, but for Capricorn Clark, it seems like again, Capricorn was holding a lot of resentment toward Cassie, kind of believing that Cassie was the reason that she no longer was working with Diddy, and by no longer working with Diddy, Diddy black.
That's because she probably was speculating that Diddy was sleeping with Clark as well. You know what I'm saying? They probably was like doing things like showing signs of things around her, and she probably wanted her gone. Cassie seemed like she probably was jealous of Capricorn Clark, and she probably had it in her mind that Diddy was messing around with Capricorn as well. You know what I'm saying? So, and they probably all was doing the freak off, man. I wouldn't put it past that they probably all was involved in the freak off. You know what I'm saying? Like they all could have been involved with doing freak offs and shit, bro. Including Clark, Capricorn Clark. So maybe Cassie probably felt like Diddy was paying some extra attention to Capricorn, and she got jealous and was like, well, you gotta get rid of her. You know what I'm saying? I feel uncomfortable with her being around like that, and I want her gone. Basically, that's what it seems like to me. I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Let's continue.
Blacklisted her, according to Capricorn Clark, and that way she could no longer get any type of employment in the music industry. And so I think what the defense, again, to your point, Jesse, is kind of trying to show is just that she did want to come back, even though she was allegedly kidnapped, even though she had witnessed Diddy and Ruben.
And see, that's the thing right there. If she felt like she was kidnapped and all that, why would you want to go back? That's the Diddy defense, man. Y'all better do y'all thing with that shit, because a lot of these people that's saying they left, they felt like they was held against their will when they left. Why the hell did they come back? It makes no sense to me, bro.
Breaking into Kid Cudi's apartment, even though she knew about the Molotov cocktail lodged into Kid Cudi's car, even though she knew about Diddy beating Cassie, that
and she still went back.
Wanted to return working with Diddy.
That's the thing I'm saying. Like, she witnessed all this shit, but still wanted to work for this nigga. It makes no sense, bro. I'm telling you, it's the feds. I'm telling y'all, the feds is pulling the strings on what people going in there and saying, bro. The feds is pulling the fucking strings with this shit. I'ma just be honest. This shit got fed smell written all the fed smell all over it. That they coercing these people to say this shit in the courtroom and what they saying, bro. Because it makes no sense that y'all witnessed all this shit, but y'all still went back. Y'all still went back and worked for this nigga. Makes no sense to me, bro. Let's continue though.
Even years afterwards.
Make sure y'all hit that like button.
And so I think the defense, they were trying to really kind of hone in just about that. Capricorn wanted back this life, because even as they were ending the cross-examination, Capricorn even asked for a recommendation as late as 2021, and even was possibly planning on working with him just last year. And so Capricorn explained from her point of view again.
Bro, did y'all just hear what she said? Late as of 2021, she asked for a recommendation from Diddy to get a job somewhere else, and wanted to work for this niggas last year. So what the hell, bro? I'm telling you, what the hell changed from this? It's the feds, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it's the feds, because what happened between her wanting to work for this nigga again last year, now to her testifying in court against the nigga? After you witnessed all this shit that he did, the threatening to whack you, kidnapped you, seeing him blowing up Kid Cudi car, him running up in Kid Cudi crib, you witnessed him beating up Cassie, All all this stuff you witnessed, Clark, but you wanted to work for this nigga as of last year, bro. I'm telling you, it's the feds. It's the feds making these people say the shit that they saying, bro. The feds got a hard on for Diddy right now. I don't know if the nigga missed a payment, or he told him he ain't paying them no more, or he's not working for them no more. Uh, you know him, suing Diageo. I think all this shit playing a part in this, bro. And I ain't saying the nigga is innocent or guilty. I'm just saying the shit that I'm hearing now so far, and the people that's testifying against Diddy, the shit that's being said, bro, the transcripts that's coming up out of that courtroom, fam. It makes no sense to me. Now, Clark, she wanted to work for this nigga as of last year, 2024. So what happened between her asking for the recommendation in 2021, wanting to go back to work for him in 2024? Now we in 2025 and she's sitting on a stand, bro. That's Fed shit, bro. That's Feds all over it. I'm just gonna call it what it is. Let's continue.
That she's very emotional while on the witness stand, that she just wanted to take care of her son. And that's part of the reason that she wanted to be back in Diddy's employment again. And she said that she wanted her life back and she wanted to work in the music industry. Again, being very emotional to the point where I thought the judge would be like, okay, we need to take a break, everyone. But we didn't take a break. Capricorn Clark just kept on trucking through. But
Because
she
they know
did get very
she full of
emotional,
shit.
just
That's why they ain't
recalling
take
that
a
she
break.
was fired and then subsequently blacklisted.
Wait, so 2024, she tried to work for him again last year. What were the circumstances of that?
Yeah, so the circumstances were, if you think
Fam,
about it, so this was
she wanted
around
to work
April
for
of
the nigga last year,
2024
fam.
that Capricorn Clark had met
Come
with
on now,
Diddy's
fam.
attorneys. And it's interesting because the way Capricorn Clark was kind of explaining it is that around December of 2023, she had actually went and got an attorney after Cassie's lawsuit. And surprisingly, Capricorn Clark wasn't even mentioned in Cassie's lawsuit, something that she had testified to today. But she was explaining that around this time frame, December of 2023, that's when I couldn't tell if she was upset about the lawsuit, emotional about the lawsuit, mainly because she was just explaining that she just wanted to hear Diddy's side of things in regards to Cassie's lawsuit. So what ended up happening was months later, the defense attorneys met with Capricorn Clark, and the defense at the time just being Tenny Garagos as well as Mark Agnifilo, because around this time frame, Diddy hadn't been arrested. However, this was I think a couple weeks after Diddy's homes were raided, both in Los Angeles as well as Miami. And so there was this discussion being had about Capricorn Clark possibly returning onto Diddy's staff, because around this time, Diddy was essentially going through some bad PR for the most part. His homes were raided. He has a number of lawsuits filed against him at this point. And so Capricorn Clark thought it'd be a good idea in a way that she be the one to return back, because she was there from the start. And so it would kind of look better, I think, to the optics, that it would look better that someone originally with Diddy is back once again, because for the most part, Capricorn Clark, she does have a little name to her and people do kind of know and recognize her. So she was explaining that during this meeting with Tenny Garagos and Mark Agnifilo, as well as some, I think another person on the defense team, that she had proposed coming back as the chief of staff, which I thought was interesting, because who do we also know who used to be Diddy's chief of staff, and that being Christina Quorum. And so she was saying that she had kind of proposed this idea. However, there wasn't necessarily a lot of room for her to come back, because around this time, Mark Agnifilo was explaining that there was a criminal investigation into Diddy. Again, this was after the raids. So I thought it was interesting that she was explaining that she, as late as just last year, wanted to come back. But I think what the prosecution really did when they redirected her testimony after she had said this tidbit, was just that there was this stipulation in the settlement from 2012 when Capricorn was wrongfully terminated from her employment at Bad Boy, and that the stipulation was that Diddy would give her a positive work recommendation. However, she had so much trouble finding a job, and this is again where she's getting emotional, just recalling the life that she had wanted. She wanted to be back in the music industry, but she named other instances of her getting so close to another job. For example, she was going to help manage 50 Cent, and the day before she was supposed to report for the job, 50 Cent's, I guess, manager, Chris Lighty, had died, and she was supposed to start that job the day after he had died. Then there was another opportunity that Jimmy Iovine had called her up saying that he had job opportunities from her. This was in 2012. And the meeting that she had had with Jimmy Iovine wasn't even about jobs. It was about essentially Jimmy threatening Capricorn to leave Diddy alone, and it wasn't for a job interview. Then Capricorn said she tried to get a job through the talent agency CAA, and then Andre Harrell, who is Diddy's mentor, Diddy essentially looked at Andre Harrell as like another father figure. He's a very important figure to his life. That Andre Harrell and Diddy followed her around and trying to talk her out of pursuing legal efforts around this time. And she said she was looking for work essentially from 2012 to 2015, again, claiming that she was blacklisted and that she ended up going into consulting to just find work. So I guess in some ways it does make sense as to why she wanted to continue working with Diddy, mainly because I think she felt like if she worked for Diddy, then, you know, maybe the blacklist would be lifted off of her. And that way, if something were to happen, she'd still be able to find other opportunities. But it was pretty interesting to hear her kind of describe just, you know, because we've heard it a bunch, right? Where people, even though something horrible had happened, that they still had either love for Diddy, supported him, or just possibly wanted to work for him again. So I thought it was interesting that even though she was super emotional, just recalling everything that she had witnessed, that even at the end, she still wanted to go back.
It's complicated testimony. It's the same thing we talk about with Cassandra Ventura, right? They had to call a psychologist to try to explain, you claim you're a victim of sex trafficking, yet you stayed with him. You were allegedly raped by him, but then had consensual sex with him. It's a different kind of situation, but what you're seeing is just complicated testimony. None of it is straightforward, any of it. And it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for the jury to make sense of this and what to take away from it. By the way, real quick, was the jury paying attention to every one of her words? Did they show any kind of reaction to what she was describing today?
Yeah, I feel like from what I could see of the jury, they're so fascinating to the point where I do want to know what's inside their minds sometimes, because they were, for the most part, I thought, being laser focused on Capricorn Clark. Then there were times that they were laser focused either on Mitzi Steiner, who was doing the questioning for the prosecution, or they were focused on Mark Agnifilo while he was trying to do the cross. And especially, you know, I was wondering if they were thinking about all these threats of being killed or putting somebody's body in the East River, what was kind of going through their mind when they were hearing about this testimony, especially from someone so close to Diddy, who had worked with them. But yeah, they're so hard to read sometimes. But from what I could see of them, they were definitely being laser focused on the testimony, as they have been so far.
Before I let you go, there's something that happened prior to Capricorn Clark's testimony that I thought was interesting. So I believe at the very start of the day, because the judge apparently made a ruling regarding the possibility of female DNA that was discovered on the Molotov cocktail that was used to blow up Kid Cudi's car. I mean, this feels quite important. You know, if we're talking about whether or not Sean Combs or an associate of Combs at his direction blew up Kid Cudi's car, again, arson, underlying predicate crime for racketeering. What was that discussion about? And do you know what the judge ruled regarding that?
Yeah, so the discussion, to your point, Jesse, it happened bright and early this morning. It actually happened outside of the presence of the jury. So the jury hasn't even been brought into the courtroom just yet. And so they were discussing this DNA testing, this forensic testing that's going to be talked about during Investigator Jimenez's testimony. And so Investigator Jimenez, he works for the Los Angeles Fire Department, and we're expecting his testimony tomorrow. And so the government was saying that they don't want Investigator Jimenez to be asked about the latent fingerprints, and that investigator Jimenez didn't swab any evidence or do the testing or even conduct the analysis, and that his knowledge rests on the report from an analyst, something that he didn't do, and that this report was about 2 pages long. And so their problem from the government's perspective is just the questioning about this analysis report. Mark Agnifilo said he's the one who's going to be cross-examining investigator Jimenez. That was kind of what he had said today. Don't know if that'll change between now and today, but as far as the government's point of everything, they were saying that investigator Jimenez isn't qualified to testify about the results, and that the defense only wants it in because, from their understanding of it, that there's only one DNA profile on that glass bottle, aka the Molotov cocktail, and that DNA profile was from a female. And the government says that they don't necessarily know if there's more than one DNA profile, and that's part of the issue. And so they said oftentimes there actually is more than one profile, but the defense says that they were going to ask about the DNA profile that's consistent with a woman, and the defense said that the government thinks we're going to do something off rails and that they aren't. And so as far as whether or not the objection was overruled, the judge ruled that he is overruling the objection right now, but he said he'll actually revisit his ruling later on during the testimony. We thought we were going to get the testimony today, but because Capricorn Clark took up the entire day doing her testimony today, it looks like this will be something that might be another issue tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, any idea about who's testifying next?
Yeah, so we do know that an officer with LAPD is going to be testifying tomorrow. And we also know that an arson investigator, i.e. investigator Jimenez, will be testifying tomorrow too. I'm assuming that they'll continue talking about just the Kid Cudi incident and just the reports that they got during this. But we also know that another person named Damon Nash is going to be testifying. There was one more witness, and they were talking just so fast that I couldn't get that last witness's name down. But
They
they
said
are
Mia
expecting
was supposed
4
to testify
witnesses to
today.
take the stand tomorrow, depending on just how long those cross examinations go, because sometimes those crosses, Jesse, they are pretty lengthy, sometimes 10 times longer than the direct. But we'll see if we'll be able to get to all 4 witnesses tomorrow.
Elizabeth Milner, great.
All right, so what y'all think of the of Clark's Capricorn Clark's testimony? Do y'all think her testimony was strong enough against the defense? That y'all let me know, because what I've heard from that testimony against Diddy, and especially her wanting to work for this nigga as of last year, I don't see the jury being persuaded by Capricorn Clark's testimony. I don't see them being persuaded by that, because you wanted to work for this nigga back in 2024 as of last year. That rules out all the other shit that you said the nigga did. Oh, what's up, Melanie the Drip? That rules out all that shit she said. Like, you witnessed all that, but you still wanted to go back and work for him. That don't make sense. Like, the defense need to be the defense should be all over that. They should be all over that. Like, the jury shouldn't even be persuaded by that testimony, that you wanted to even go back and work for this nigga, bro. It makes no sense to me. So we definitely gotta get into Suge Knight. We gotta get into Suge. You know, once upon a time, Suge Knight and Diddy was close, man. They was friends, man. Then when that whole shit started with the whole East Coast West Coast shit, probably a little bit before that. It was like during the time where Mary J. Blige wasn't getting her royalties and Suge Knight had to step in. You know what I mean? Basically step in and shit and get speak up for Mary J. so she can get her royalties. That's kind of where the turmoil begin with Diddy and Puff. You know what I'm saying? And probably in numerous other things, but Suge been on it. Suge been calling from jail. You know what I mean? Been calling TMZ, been calling Kumo Show, and so we wanted to get to Suge's response to all this trial shit, man. So y'all gotta bear with me. I'm trying to slow walk y'all up to, get y'all up to date with this shit, because like I said yesterday, we had a lot of we was busy doing other things that we had to do as far as like Night and Day Network, the business. So I wasn't able to go live, and cover the trial, but I'm gonna get y'all up to date. I've been following it. I've been peeking in on the trial and following it, and grabbing the clips that I need to grab and all that to get y'all updated on what the hell's going on. But like I said, I need y'all to, let me know what y'all think of this Capricorn. Nikki77 said Capricorn cat. Yeah, because she wanted to work for the ball back in 2024. Like as of last year, she wanted to go back and work for Diddy. I mean, she was having financial issues. She wanted to take care of her son. She was desperate to work. But why would you go back to work for that nigga? Like, ain't no other jobs out here? Why you gotta go back and work for Diddy? Because Diddy is the nigga that blackballed her. In order for her to get back into the good graces of the music industry, she would have to go back through Diddy. But man, you witnessed this nigga being all this shit he done done. You witnessed all that. That's what you understand, testifying that you witnessed all that. So you mean to tell me you gonna go back and work for this nigga after you said he's a monster? Why would you go back and work for a monster like that? So the defense gonna poking holes all through to her testimony. They poking holes through her shit, bro. There's no way in the world you're gonna be able to persuade a jury with your testimony after you wanted to go back and work for this nigga. Like after witnessing all that. It's not it. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to swing by TMZ because TMZ did a whole interview with Suge Knight from the jail. I mean, Suge be knowing a lot of shit, and he be kind of speaking in code, so you gotta kind of decode what this nigga be saying sometimes. Sometimes he direct, but sometimes he's indirect about shit because he be that read between the lines shit. He be letting you catch on to it. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get into that. And I mean some other videos and shit I want to pull up as well, but I wanted to get Suge's react, his commentary on the trial with TMZ. So I need y'all to smash that like button, share this live stream if you can, let people know we live, and let's go ahead and continue. Let me know if y'all can hear this too, because sometimes the audio should be giving out, messing around with Google's browser and all that. So let me know if y'all can hear
this. Diddy was going to
thumbs up
confront
if
you
hear this
in a very ominous way with 3 guns in the car. Did you guys have serious beef to the point where he might have used those guns, do you think?
If he'd have confronted me and he had a gun, you best believe he's going to have to use it.
Kid Cudi's testimony today was critical. So a little bit later, I'm going to tell you about a conversation I had with Suge Knight.
Give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear it. I need y'all to let me know if y'all can hear that, because sometimes the sound be getting weird. Y'all can hear it? All right, we good? Dang, he said already starting off. He said Puffy had a gun. Well, we already know the nigga always carried his guns with him and shit, but to use it on Suge, he said he would have to. Let's continue.
Night today. In fact, I'm going to play it for you. A conversation about that testimony that Diddy put 3 guns in a car and drove to a diner in the Sunset Strip to confront Suge. Let's talk about Kid Cudi, because this is the core of the racketeering charge against Diddy and what prosecutors wanted to show.
All right, before we continue, I want to let y'all know we got 35% off on the sale on the shop, all CBD products and hair care, skincare products, detoxes and all that. Definitely make sure y'all shop with us and take advantage of that 35% off. We sponsor our own videos. This live stream is sponsored by nightandayherbals.com. You know what I mean? We're not sponsored by anybody else. So we can say what the fuck we want on this shit. But definitely make sure y'all check us out. I mean, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Take advantage of the 35% off. You don't have to put in no code or anything. The 35% automatically comes off when you shopping. You know what I mean? When you check out, the 35% automatically comes off your order. So make sure y'all hit up the shop, nightandayherbals.com, shop with us, and we ship out in a timely fashion. So on that note, let's go ahead and continue.
Was that Diddy was a thug. That when Diddy found out that Kid Cudi was dating Cassie, who had just broken up with Diddy, he did all sorts of bad things. That it looks like from the testimony that Diddy, along with an associate, went to Cudi's house, broke in, burglarized the house, went for Christmas gifts, Gucci Christmas gifts, presumably to see what was inside because he was jealous about what Cudi may have been giving Cassie for Christmas. He locks the dog in the bathroom, and then Cudi gets a call from from Diddy's assistant saying, "Oh my God, it looks like your house got burglarized by Diddy because Diddy is here." And so Cuddy wanted to confront Diddy, but apparently he thought twice about it, knowing that there was at least one other person there, felt it was going to be too dangerous. So Cuddy files a police report, which is really interesting, right? Because we didn't know about this police report. But then 12 days later, somebody throws a Molotov cocktail in the sunroof of Cuddy's Porsche. Doesn't fully torch it. That was clearly the intention. And Diddy never copped to it. Cuddy had interactions with Diddy, and Diddy even apologized vaguely for things he had done, but was never specific about the things. But let's face it, I mean, it's pretty clear from the testimony and from the events, the way they line up, that a jury is going to believe that Diddy was behind both the burglary and the Molotov cocktail. Okay, that all said, is this racketeering, which is a criminal organization where you have a purpose of committing various crimes, or, as the defense is going to say, is this a crazed, jealous, criminal boyfriend who is just so angry that somebody else is dating his ex that he goes off the rails? And the defense is going to say it's criminal, it's ridiculous, it's stupid, it's violent, but it's not racketeering. And, you know, you've heard of a boyfriend or a girlfriend breaking up and then slitting the other's tires. They're going to say it's essentially the same thing on steroids. So, again, we've got all of these little events. We've got Diddy using his employees to buy drugs. And now we have Kid Cudi talking about burglaries and arson and things like that. So the question, is this racketeering or criminal thuggery? And that is something.
Yeah, but he gotta have, like, Kid Cudi don't have proof that Diddy actually was the one that burglarized his house and blew up his car. Like, you a nigga, you don't have evidence. Like, you got to have, like, everything is by word of mouth. Do you have evidence? Do you have camera footage of this nigga blowing your shit up? Like, your home, you got surveillance cameras around your shit. I'm reckon you do. Is Diddy on any of the camera footage blowing your house up or sneaking in your house? Like, all this shit be word of mouth, my nigga. You gotta have evidence. Like, just saying the nigga did it doesn't mean he did it. Anybody can say anybody did anything. But if you don't have hardcore evidence that the nigga did it, then how's that gonna stand in court? I don't know. Let's continue though.
Something that is going to be up to the jury. Honestly, I don't know how they're going to rule, and I will be a little surprised if they are single-minded on that issue. Now I want to talk about Suge Knight. So if you remember, there was testimony that Diddy found out from his security guard who testified that Suge was at a place called Mel's Diner on the Sunset Strip, and they had bad blood between each other. They hated each other. And when Suge found out that, when Diddy found out that Suge was at Mel's Diner, Diddy told his assistant, get in the car. Diddy took 3 guns, put them in the car, and beelined it for Mel's. By the time he got there, Suge was gone. So Suge is in prison right now in California, serving time for the death of a man at a parking lot and another diner, as a matter of fact. And I was able to talk to him today about this very incident and what he thought. And I think this is really revealing. The prosecution made it appear that Diddy was going to confront you in a very ominous way with 3 guns in the car when he went back to Mel's Diner. Did you guys have serious beef to the point where he might have used those guns, do you think?
If you'd have confronted me and he had a gun, you best believe he was going to have to use it, or something's going to happen. If he had 3 guns, it's really just something's going to happen.
Had the disputes between the two of you escalated to the point where there could have been violence?
When you're dealing with drugs, alcohol, and even fear, some people feel if they're scared enough, they feel they got to do something. They can't do it with their hands, so they've got to make sure they bring guns.
Do people bring guns to use them or to protect themselves in a situation like this?
If you got the serial number, if the serial number is shaded off, you best believe they're supposed to be to use them.
Sure, can I ask, when you were at Mel's Diner that night, were you armed?
Harvey, you know I will always tell you, I'm in prison, I probably was armed with my Bible. In other words, you know I ain't going to answer that question, Harvey.
Fair. That's fair. I got to say, I found Suge fascinating, and I'm a little surprised that prosecutors didn't call Suge to the stand, especially on racketeering, because when
That's one thing Suge ain't gonna do is incriminate himself, or if he got away from shit, he ain't gonna spill. He ain't gonna spill anything on that. He know damn well Suge wasn't gonna talk about that shit. But he tried. Nice try though, but damn well Suge is careful with everything that nigga be saying. He careful with it. Like when they ask him, if you know who killed Tupac, would you tell? Would he say absolutely not? So we know this nigga ain't gonna snitch. Now, as far as if he was working with the feds behind the scenes and giving them intel and shit like that, who knows? But as far as what came out, we know this nigga ain't gonna open his mouth and say anything. Let's continue.
and you listen to him when he talks about Diddy being violent, that you have these two warring organizations, Bad Boy and Death Row, and you hear about bringing guns for a confrontation that Suge feels would have gone down. I think that's really powerful, and I'm surprised that Suge was never asked to testify. That just feels impactful to me. Now, there's one other thing that happened today that I just don't get. That one of the managers at the L'Hermitage Hotel in Beverly Hills got in the stand and talked about how Diddy would come there and use different aliases and how they would set up the rooms. And again, this all goes to racketeering, I suppose. But that's not racketeering. That's some dude having a three-way. And I just feel like when they reach that far, it seems like they're overreaching. And I think it hurts their case more than it helps them. So as we head toward the end of the week, the way I see it is on two of the charges, I think Diddy is in trouble, in terms of showing coercion and just the interstate transportation of sex worker. On racketeering, so far, I'm just not seeing it.
Not seeing racketeering, bro. That's what I'm saying. We are not seeing racketeering anywhere. We're not seeing racketeering anywhere in this case so far. Nothing. Nothing about racketeering at all. Nothing. Not even trafficking. I don't see sex trafficking either. I don't see RICO. I don't see it. I see domestic violence. I see a freaky ass nigga. I see domestic violence. I don't see trafficking. So let's go ahead and get into so we getting some updates from Fox 5. Getting some updates. So we're gonna go ahead and get into that. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you can. Let me know if y'all can hear. I'm trying to get to it.
And then
let me know if y'all can hear it. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Every once in a while we'll come on, as I'm doing right now.
Let me know. You say you see trafficking, prostitution. I mean, if they moving the needle on what they consider, prostitution or trafficking, kind of like if they, transporting chicks across state lines against their will, that would be sex trafficking. But flying a person out to have a freak off is not a crime. I mean, chicks getting flown out to Dubai and all these other places all the time. And niggas ain't getting locked up for that shit. People ain't going to jail just for flying chicks out and flying people out to have sex. Nobody's going to jail behind that. So that's how I look at it. But we're going to go ahead and get into this update from Fox 5. Let's go ahead and get into it. Make sure y'all hit that like button, share this live stream, and let's go ahead and get into it.
Now, and we'll kind of update you about what is happening as we know it, because sometimes
we good.
I can get the information a little faster than what we can post there on the corner. So kind of a quick recap: Sean Diddy Combs trial, sex trafficking, racketeering, transporting individuals for prostitution. If you've been following this case, you know that that's the heart of the allegations here. Prosecutors allege he's been ran a criminal operation, abuse, coercion, control, romantic partners such as Cassie involved, employees involved. Some of those former employees have been testifying, and we're expecting one of those former employees to testify today. An individual that is going to go by a pseudonym, identity not released, but going under the name Mia, M-I-A, Mia. One of the witnesses that we're expecting will testify today. Right now, there are two witnesses that really made some headlines already this morning. An LAPD officer, Los Angeles Police Department officer, testified this morning, and also an arson investigator is on the stand as we speak. So an arson investigator out there in Los Angeles is currently on the stand testifying. So why are we listening to an LAPD officer and an arson investigator from California? Well, if you remember last week, they were talking about the alleged firebombing of Kid Cudi's car. Kid Cudi, of course, is the rapper.
All right, so they got it. All right, so as of now, they got a LAPD officer testifying, and they got an arsonist specialist testifying on the stand so far. So that's, let's continue.
Who was also in a brief romantic relationship with Cassie, who was Diddy's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. Maybe it was during the time that they were on a break. So that's kind of how they're all connected. Well, why do we care about this fire? Part of the allegations that Diddy ran this criminal organization that used its power, used its influence to cause all kinds of chaos. Some of those racketeering charges that we see, maybe similar things to what the mafia would do. Those are what they took the mafia down by, those racketeering, those RICO charges. And so when you have an incident where if Diddy ordered the firebombing of somebody's car, that sort of falls under that umbrella. So you can't just say that and put it out there. You need to put it out there, and you need to have a backing. You need to actually show the evidence.
That's what I've been saying. You gotta have evidence. That you just can't say this shit, bro. Like Kid Cudi just can't take the stand and say Diddy blew up my car without no evidence. You gotta have hardcore evidence. You know what I mean? In order to get a conviction, you gotta have hardcore evidence. Word of mouth alone is not gonna convince the jury to make this nigga guilty. You have to show evidence of that. Now, if a person can show them getting paid by Diddy, I mean, and it's all matching up to time dates and time and dates and all that shit of him hiring this person to blow up Kid Cudi's car or sneak up in his house, and if you can show evidence of that, even a smidget of evidence of that, you know what I mean, the jury based off of that could make the decision on that. But these niggas ain't got no evidence, bro. They don't have evidence of Diddy hiring anybody to blow up Kid Cudi car. So I don't know what the F these niggas is trying to. It's like I said, it's the feds, bro. It's the feds. The feds got a hard on for Diddy. And somebody else I believe is involved. It's some other higher up people that Diddy kind of pissed off. I ain't gonna say kind of, that he did piss off. And they basically want to drag this nigga through the courtroom and break his pockets, you know what I'm saying? And have him, basically doing life in prison and no legacy left behind and none of this shit. They want this nigga destroyed completely. And I believe these are the same people that went after Jay, that's going after Smokey Rob. Can y'all believe that old ass 80-something-year-old Smokey Robinson is being criminally investigated for sexual assault, bro? Like, it went from a civil suit to a criminal investigation. Old ass Smokey Robinson at 80-something years old. Now we're going to see a Smokey Robinson trial. This shit look crazy, bro. They taking these celebrities the hell out. The ones that's in position, they taking them out. They are taking them out, bro. We gonna see a goddamn Smokey Robinson trial, bro. It looked strange seeing Bill up there. Oh, Bill old ass on the, you know what I mean, being an old ass Bill Cosby trial. Like, that shit looked crazy. Now we about to see Detroit's own Smokey Robinson, bro, on trial for sexual assault, bro. Now, I ain't saying the nigga is guilty or not guilty, but it's just crazy. This shit look. Are we in the Twilight Zone, bro? This shit is looking crazy. It looks crazy. This shit look yo. Holly Ware is Holly wearing. That's all I see. Is Holly Ware is Holly wearing, boy. I'm telling you. What the hell Leonte is going on with these goddamn celebrities in the goddamn he said I believe it's yup, he's black man, so yes, yeah man. And I believe a lot of these, and you see they taking out the ones that's in key position too. It's just not like it's just not them just going after any celebrity. They're going after the ones in key positions. Basically the damn gatekeepers. So do they want Smokey Robinson Motown catalog? They want that man catalog. What y'all think? Y'all think they want Smokey Robinson's catalog and he ain't selling? Cause we seen Jay-Z say to Gayle King, I ain't selling my catalog. I'm holding on to that catalog for dear life. And then what happened right after the interview with Gayle King, which I believe they sent Gayle King after Jay to fill him out with that whole book of whole library shit, and then Gayle King doing the interview with him, kind of filling him out, asking if he would he ever sell his. Why would she ask him would he ever sell his masters? Because we know a lot of these big artists are selling their catalogs off, and being as though Smokey Robinson is basically like that whole he responsible for that whole Motown sound, and that catalog is huge as hell, in the billions. So, do y'all think they have to smoke? You think Smokey Robinson told them no, that he's not selling his catalog, and they just said, oh, after we just gonna go after him, drag his ass through the courts, break him so much to the point he's gonna have to sell his catalog to us? Y'all let me know. But we're gonna continue these updates. Let's continue.
You can present something in a trial. You can sort of say, oh, it looks like, you can suggest that may be what happens. But really, when you get to that jury room, you need the evidence. And so that's why this arson investigator is testifying. His name is Lance Jimenez. He is with the Los Angeles Fire Department, currently on the stand, qualified as an expert in fire origin and cause, and likely in connection to that alleged Molotov cocktail and the attack on Kid Cudi's car. So we're hearing him testify already this morning. And let's see, what is he saying so far? The arson investigator, just taking a quick look here at some of the headlines that are coming out, testifies Kid Cudi's Porsche showed signs of fire damage. That investigator, Lance Jimenez, said the Porsche was parked close to the garage. He observed a cut in the roof of the vehicle, burn patterns throughout the seats, center console, and the interior roofing, and some of the carpeting. So I actually saw some of those pictures last week. If you Google that, you can see some of those photos that are out there of the damage to the car. Kid Cudi thought that it was some kind of Molotov cocktail, thought that it was some kind of attack. So then, to kind of back that up, you bring in the actual arson investigator to take a closer look at what's happening there to kind of verify that story. So,
but how we know? How we know it wasn't a crazed chick that he was dealing with? That know he was dealing with Cassie and dealing with another chick that decided to do that, because there's some crazy ass women out here too that will firebomb your shit like no tomorrow. How we know it wasn't a crazy chick that he was dealing with that firebombed this shit, bro? How he know it was Diddy? He just saying it's Diddy, but how we know it ain't no crazy ass chick that he was dealing with? He's a celebrity. I'm pretty sure he dealing with, you know what I mean, women like that. How we know it wasn't a crazy ass chick that did that? Did the prosecutors did the prosecutors ever think of that? Did the defense, cross examine this thing and be like, how we know it wasn't a crazy ass goddamn chick you was dealing with that blew your shit up? Now that'd be crazy if somebody came forward and said, yeah, I'm the one that blew up Kid Cudi's car. It wasn't Diddy, I did it. I got proof I did it. It's some crazy ass shit, bro. It's crazy as hell. But yeah, man, let's go ahead and continue, man.
You have the story, and then you have the evidence, and the evidence is supposed to back up the story. And there was also an LAPD officer who testified earlier. His name is Christopher Ignacio. And he's the one who actually responded to Kid Cudi's home in 2011 following reports of a break-in as well. And at the time, he saw a black Escalade leave the scene. And apparently that was later linked to Bad Boy Production, which of course is Combs' company, Bad Boy Entertainment. Bad Boy, of course, at the heart of the music industry, especially in the early to mid 90s. Diddy, producer with Notorious B.I.G., changed the game, changed everything. And here he is on trial. And that black Escalade that's alleged to have been leaving Kid Cudi's home after this apparent break-in eventually linked back to that company. Now, the officer didn't see a weapon or confirm a burglary, but noted high-end items inside the home and filed a trespassing report. And the officer testified that Cudi appeared flustered. And at that point, police did not mention a gun, and Ignacio could not confirm if anyone told him if anyone else was involved. So those are the two LAPD and an arson investigator who have been testifying this morning. All right, so one of the things that we also like to do as I'm talking here is try to take questions from you, because we know that this is really, it's a forum. When you come to this YouTube channel, obviously you're not necessarily watching because of the action, but you come here because we know that this is a trial that is of great interest. People are.
Yeah, I feel like the feds told Kid Cudi to see what Diddy did. And Cassie. Cassie, the first one that said, mentioned about, I think it was Cassie and her paperwork. The Kid Cudi shit was brought up. I feel like the feds came to them people, man. It was like, listen, we got to get this guy. This guy is out of control. He's doing certain things. We got to get this guy. You know what I'm saying? And hey, y'all let the nigga operate for 30 plus years. They said Diddy was working with the feds early on in the early 90s. I mean, he was working with the feds because his dad, Melvin Combs, was tied to organized crime. We all know that. He was tied in with Frank Lucas. He was dealing with the Gambinos, the Genovese family. Like, we know Melvin Combs, before he got killed for working with the feds as an informant, because his dad was working with the feds as well. He was an informant. Melvin Combs was an informant. He got gunned down at 33 years old, sitting in his car. And they said the mafia did that because he was an informant. So you mean to tell me the feds ain't been knowing who Sean Puffy Combs was the whole time, when his dad was working with organized crime and working with the feds? Diddy was who he was since birth. You understand what I'm saying? Now I'm putting shit out on the crime channel on Night and Day True Crimes. Basically, this woman did the whole background of Diddy and all that. So I'm doing videos, a series of that, putting them out on the True Crimes, on Night and Day True Crimes channel. So that's going to be able to show you Diddy from birth, before Diddy was born, who his mom was, who his dad was, who his dad was involved with, and who Diddy, the whole background. You know what I'm saying? So They know who Diddy was before this nigga was even born. I mean, well, when he was born, they already knew who he was anyway. He was the father of the son of Melvin Combs, who worked with Frank Lucas, organized crime. Frank Lucas working with Bumpy Johnson. They said Melvin Combs was the driver for Frank Lucas. Was a driver for Frank Lucas. So they already knew who the fuck Diddy was since Diddy was a child. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. These people they be putting out in front of us, they be already connected to people that's prior to them. Or I mean, like Tupac mom being, part of the Black Panthers. Like they know who Tupac was when Tupac was born. They know where he come from. They know exactly where his bloodline come from. You think they don't know who these people is, bro? These high level celebrities that's in the play, they know who these people be. They know these people background and where they come from. They could pinpoint these motherfuckers and who they is. And they could take them and put them in key positions, basically put them in place. You think it's coincidence that Jay-Z is in the place that he in? Man, they know that nigga whole background, bro. They knew who he was before he got there. They knew who the hell he was. I'm telling you, these people be who they were. They already somebody before they even get put in position. That's why they able to get put in position. It's like the mafia. To be a made man, you got to be 100% Italian. Your roots got to trace back to Italy and Sicily and all these places, like to be a made man. So they already know who you are before you get put in position. You don't think Hollywood and all that shit operate the same way? Politics operate the same way? They know who the fuck they putting in position. You think Obama became president by coincidence? Everybody know his father was CIA. His grandfather, I mean. They be knowing who these people are before they put them in position, man. It's like they gotta trace who the fuck they are before they even get put in position. So this shit is no coincidence. They know they know who Diddy is. The feds know who Diddy was since a child. But like I said, his ass is on trial right now because he pissed somebody the fuck off, bro. Well, you said, yup, it was Obama's turn. Hell yeah, it was his turn. Yup, they know who they putting in position. A lot of these people is grandfathered in. You know what I'm saying? They grandfathered in, man. They know who the hell they putting in these key positions. But they expect, certain people not to catch on to that shit and just be, dumb to it, ignorant to it. But no, some people out here could discern this shit very well and could connect them dots very well. But let's continue, y'all. My bad. I ain't mean to go off key, but I mean it's all still part of what I'm, part of this shit. I just wanted to, bring that to y'all, attention or whatever. But let's go ahead and continue with the updates.
People are very connected to this case. People very connected to, not just who Diddy is, but sort of what he represents in pop culture. So we get it. We want to hear from you. And so the question, what's the total number of people left to testify? That's a difficult question, but we're in week 3 of a trial that's expected to last 6 to 8 weeks. They were hoping that this would be wrapped up by the 4th of July. So the 4th of July, here we are. We're almost in June. We're past Memorial Day. It's possible that it won't be until then. So we know that so far the witnesses who've been called, the main witness, of course, was Cassie, who was called to testify. And a lot of the other witnesses since then have been called to validate different parts of her story. And her story sort of sets the baseline, and some of these other links in the web have been connected to it in some way, shape, or form. So we know that there are going to be several other witnesses from the prosecution. Potentially, we know that there potentially could be other alleged victims, people who maybe were also subjected to this trafficking and sexual abuse. That's possible. And then we haven't heard from the federal investigators. Remember, this is a federal case. So this is a case that was brought in federal court. These are federal prosecutors. These are federal charges. And so we haven't heard from the FBI investigators, the investigators from the federal side who actually tracked down some of this evidence, some of this video, did some of the interviews of these witnesses. So those individuals will obviously be called at some point. And then you're going to have the defense who will call their witnesses. So this right now is what we're hearing is the prosecution side. The prosecutor will lay out their case, and a lot of times when you get a high profile case or a criminal case of this nature, when those prosecutors lay out their case and really they're telling a story, it can seem like, wow, this is bad. Diddy's in big trouble. But then the defense gets their chance, and really not only will they dispute different parts of everyone's story, but they're going to call their own witnesses. And just as the prosecution had a so-called star witness, you can bet that the defense is going to have some witnesses that will maybe change the kind of momentum of the case here. But again, that's maybe not going to happen for at least another, I don't know, it's Wednesday of this week. Maybe by midweek next week, that would take the prosecution, would have to rest at this point. So, and the defense may not put on as long a defense as the prosecution has put on for their part. So if we're in week 3 of a 6 to 8 week trial, a lot more witnesses to go. Now, one thing that we did want to also talk about is what happened yesterday. And what happened yesterday was the testimony from a woman named Capricorn Clark. That's her name, Capricorn Clark. And she was a longtime assistant and trusted employee of Sean Combs. And really what you're seeing here is someone within like the real inner circle. If you Google Capricorn Clark and just click on the images, she's everywhere. She was someone who was at all the, I don't want to say all the parties. That's not what I'm going to say, but she was with Diddy often, not necessarily at these illicit parties that we're talking about here. I'm not making that allegation at all, but she is very much a part of the life. She was doing things on her own. She was working with other high-profile clients, and certainly Diddy was high-profile himself. And she testified that she once considered him a mentor, a protector, but said things changed drastically behind closed doors. One of the things that she detailed here is an alleged kidnapping incident. She said Combs held her at gunpoint, forced her into a car. As we kind of get our camera covered up there a little bit, this is kind of one of the live feeds that we have where we're keeping track of everything that's happening down in the court. So if there is a little bit of rain that may be getting started down there, those cameras are often exposed. And so what they do is they you're essentially putting a jacket on the camera so that the camera doesn't get wet.
Yeah, we got a lot to cover, bro. We got I want to cover Suge Knight on Kumo's show, and I want to cover Ray Gay on Piers Morgan interview that he just recently did with Piers Morgan. So I want to cover all this shit, bro. It's a lot of shit we trying to get up to date with. A lot of people speaking on it. So Ray J predicts Diddy will get out of jail. So we gonna get into all that, y'all. But I need y'all to smash that like button, share this live stream if you can, and we just gonna keep it rocking and rolling, man. Let's get it.
Wet because they need those cameras to stay out there all day. So that's what's happening right now. I'm almost positive that's what he's doing. Let's see, he's got some work to do, but he's getting it done. But to get back to the case, she talked about an alleged kidnapping incident. She talked about a lie detector ordeal, and she claimed Combs once told her that she'd be thrown in the East River if she failed that lie detector. She recalled feeling psychologically broken, humiliated, calling it mental torture. She talked about a toxic culture and control, describing intimidation, loyalty was demanded, staff regularly threatened, verbally abused, made to feel replaceable, claimed that fear, not professionalism, kept people in line, suggested Combs fostered a paranoid and hostile work environment where no one felt safe. She said that this really took an emotional toll on her. She broke down in tears at multiple points during her testimony. You know, sometimes you hear something like that and you might think, okay, well, those are serious allegations. It doesn't necessarily sound like it's, if depending on how you want to look at it, doesn't necessarily sound like it proves that there is a grand mafia-like scheme going on here. But her story does provide firsthand evidence of a broader pattern that the prosecution is trying to prove, that Combs ran a criminal and abusive operation, not just a celebrity business. Her allegations connect to some of those key words that prosecutors really want the jurors to take away. And those words pretty much are power, control, and intimidation. Power, control, and intimidation. And so part of what they want to prove with those racketeering charges and the kidnapping charges and everything here is that this was part of a larger operation, and that each one of these stories that you hear of people describing their own separate incidents of these things, which are power. I was just looking to see my notes here. Power, control, intimidation. So if each individual has a story similar to that, they're starting to show that pattern. And that's what we're looking at here. So setting the scene again, Lower Manhattan, 10:41, Wednesday morning. We're outside the federal courthouse, where the Diddy trial is once again underway. We are keeping track of everything that's happening inside, and we did just get an update. We just got an update about some of the things that they are talking about inside the court, because court is in session. Everyone's in there. Diddy's in there. The prosecutors are in there. The defense in there. Jurors have been seated. Family and friends all inside. There's been some pretty high-profile testimony that's already happened this morning. Testimony from an arson investigator and testimony from an LAPD officer. They're speaking directly to the claims related to Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi is the rapper who had a brief affair with Cassie, who was Diddy's girlfriend and on-again, off-again girlfriend. And what he testified to is that he believed that Diddy may have orchestrated a firebombing, a Molotov cocktail of his car. So that is the story that was presented during his testimony. And today it's some of the evidence from key witnesses, that arson investigator and that LAPD officer, to back up some of his claims. And so just in Kid Cudi's car was targeted, the arson investigator said, targeted. Los Angeles arson investigator Lance Jimenez testified that he believes someone targeted Kid Cudi's Porsche. He noted that it was not easily visible from the street, so it wasn't just some kid screwing around. Parked in an affluent neighborhood with low crime activity. Another car parked in the driveway at the time was not harmed. So why is that important? Okay, we have a question here. So again, we do want you guys to ask questions if you can. Not just to me, but obviously there's a chat that sort of goes on here, and I know there's a lot of communication that goes back and forth. Why hasn't there been any images of Diddy entering or leaving the courtroom? Great question, because we've seen the attorneys walk out. We've seen Cassie walk out. We saw Kid Cudi walk out. We saw some of these other individuals who've been walking in and out of the courtroom. They do their testimony. They go wherever it is that they have to go. But Diddy's not out on bail. Plain and simple. Diddy's still locked up. Diddy was taken into custody, and he's been locked up ever since. So he's in the Brooklyn Detention Center. Quick note on the Brooklyn Detention Center. It's not much more high profile than what's happening down there in Lower Manhattan at this point. You have Sean Diddy Combs, this trial, an international case. You have the Luigi Mangione case. Mangione, of course, is the man who's accused of shooting and killing the United Healthcare CEO right in Midtown Manhattan, that manhunt that captivated the nation afterwards, sort of sparking a larger debate about healthcare in the United States. He's at that same detention center in custody, unable to make bond. And for a brief period, I need to check if he's still down there, but Sam Bankman-Fried, the individual who was said to be the mastermind of the largest Ponzi scheme crypto crime in history, also down there. So you got those three individual different cases down there. Long story short, Diddy has not made bail. He is in federal custody. So he does not leave the courtroom to come in.
That's another thing that makes no damn sense too, that he wasn't able to post bail. I'm not understanding how, that he wasn't able to post bail when you had people like Mike Jeffries from Abercrombie and Finch, the same charge in the same state, and he was able to post $10 million bail. That's another thing. I just, it's crazy, bro. They didn't let murderers, you know what I'm saying, all types of people, able to post bond, but for some reason, this man offering to pay, up to $60 million, well over the bail, the bond to get out, and they still denied him bond, 4 times? That shit crazy to me, bro. That just show you where this system is at, where this damn court system is at. It's crazy.
In and out. Cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. Pictures, photographs are not allowed in the courtroom. That's why you get those funny sketches. The sketches come from, the sketches are the closest thing that you get to pictures in the courtroom. And just as a side note, we pay for those sketches. All the media has to pay for those sketches. So it's someone who's in there. That's her job. She makes the sketches, and then she sells them to the media. So we do have another update here. So
whoever's sketching Diddy, that lady that's sketching Diddy in that court, them sketches look whack as hell. I don't know who the hell she up in there sketching, but that shit don't look like damn Diddy. That look like, I don't know who the hell that look like. That shit look crazy. Them sketches look crazy, bro.
Partial female DNA profile found on bottle in Kid Cudi's Porsche. So the bottle, cloth, and lighter were tested for DNA. This is part of that Molotov cocktail that was, or what appeared to be a Molotov cocktail thrown into the Porsche of Kid Cudi's car. But only the bottle returned results, arson investigator Lance Jimenez said. He confirmed that a partial DNA profile consistent with a female contributor came from the bottle, but said he didn't know exactly what that meant. Earlier, Jimenez testified that he does not have any expertise in DNA testing or analysis, which makes sense because he's an arson investigator. Why does that matter? Well, from a defense standpoint, you're just trying to throw and create all kinds of different confusion about what's happening. And so the defense would like to not just make it a case that is about Diddy, but maybe to say who else could be involved here. Maybe this isn't something that Diddy orchestrated. Who else could have been involved in the operation of this Molotov cocktail? Where is that person? Why isn't this individual here? And so that particular thing could be helpful for the defense at some point down the road. So that's part of what they're talking about there. Another key witness that will come to the stand today, upcoming testimony from Mia, M-I-A, Mia. It's a pseudonym. Person is going to remain anonymous. So prosecutors have previewed upcoming testimony from a woman referred to as Mia. She's a former Combs employee who says she was sexually assaulted while working for him. Mia is expected to testify in the coming days and is likely to provide detailed accounts of alleged abuse, coercion, and a toxic workplace culture. Her appearance is being framed as a crucial moment for the prosecution, potentially reinforcing the broader narrative of systemic exploitation within Combs' orbit. So if you've been following the case, you know that the key witness so far has been Cassie. I mean, really, she was the star witness early on. Cassie detailed her story about some of the different incidents that happen at these freak-offs, not just one time, but all over, years and years. And so some people would point out from the defense's standpoint that there are text messages that show, hey, maybe she wasn't necessarily against it. Maybe there were things that she was agreeing to when it came to those freak-offs. Well, here you have the possibility of another person, another woman, another alleged victim who is going to come forward. And so you move on from just an individual domestic problem and you move to maybe a broader situation. And so if you have more than one, if two, you have three, potentially four, what we heard at one point, individuals who may testify on behalf of the prosecution, sort of detailing some of those claims, then you sort of get to the heart of what their charges are. And of course, the charges in this case against Diddy, sex trafficking, racketeering, transporting individuals for prostitution. So it moves beyond just the individual allegations that we heard from Cassie and some of the following testimony that backed up her claims from several different individuals, friends, ex-employees within Diddy's orbit, and then Kid Cudi, who all their testimony, the key pieces of evidence that we've heard so far really go specifically to back up Cassie's claims. And so the defense their strategy was not just kind of pushing back on the severity of the charges themselves, but on discrediting some of the witnesses. The backbone of their strategy so far is to undermine the credibility of the prosecution, highlighting inconsistencies, prior statements, some of the civil lawsuits that are out there. Cassie, for example, settled a case with Diddy for $20 million and a civil side of it. Now, she said that if it was a choice between having the memories about what happened and having the money, she would choose to get rid of the memories and forget the money. But anyway, that's sort of part of her testimony from earlier. So what the defense wants to do is discredit the witnesses. So if they're able to at least discredit some of what Cassie testified to in terms of presenting different text messages and eventually looking down the road, bringing some of their own witnesses who may sort of push back on what she said. But if you have another one or two or three women who come forward, that makes that much more complicated because what they want to do is separate Diddy the boss from Diddy the alleged abuser. The defense is working to create distance between Sean Combs as a celebrity executive and the alleged criminal acts that happened under his watch. Their position leans to the idea that he didn't know or wasn't directly involved in many of the alleged incidents. Any misconduct that occurred was the result of rogue employees or personal drama that's been taken out of context. The government is overreaching, the defense will say, trying to build a criminal enterprise case around what the defense argues is chaotic, but not criminal celebrity behavior. So again, we are just keeping track of what's happening down here in Lower Manhattan, the Diddy trial. This is the Fox 5 NY YouTube page. We do have an update that I do want to get to you today. I'm going to get to that in just a second, but we want you to chime in. This is kind of an area where you can talk about whatever it is you want to talk about with the Diddy trial. A lot of times those messages kind of post between the users who are on the page, and we do encourage you to get involved, to stay tuned, to follow some of this information. We know it's important to you, but also if you have a question and it's something that I can answer, more than happy to. I got a lot of notes here. Okay, been doing a lot of research these last couple weeks, and so we want to hear from you. Let's see if there's any updates that came out recently. Let me see. I'm just checking. Okay, the update that we just got here 9 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, the jury has taken a break. So the jury took a break. So usually when they take those breaks, it's like a 15-minute break. Then probably closer to noon. They probably will come back in court at about 11. Maybe get another hour and a half of testimony this morning. Then they'll break for lunch. Lunch is usually an hour. And then they come back, and usually by 4 o'clock, they're done. Maybe they get a mid-afternoon break at some point. So it's unclear if Mia, MIA, will testify today. Mia is that other woman who may testify about sexual abuse, being assaulted during her time in Diddy's orbit. And so that's going to be a key moment in this case. And yeah, jury's on a break. It might be a good time for us to take a break. I don't know if we have too many other questions there. There's kind of a couple that are floating around there, but we will try to get to them. If we check in with you tomorrow, usually it's right around the same time. So Lower Manhattan, 10:53 Wednesday morning. Diddy trial on pause right now. The jury is taking a break. We're going to take a break now, and I hope you guys have a good day. Stay tuned. Keep watching this feed.
All right, y'all. Let's we're gonna tap back in with that, but let's go ahead and get into we're gonna definitely get into. I want to get into Suge Knight on Kumo, man. I want to get into this. Because I want to see what Suge was talking about in this phone call with Kumo. So let's go ahead and get into this. Please tap that like button if you haven't, and share this live stream if you can. And let me know if y'all can hear this audio.
I definitely can hear you.
Let me know
with
if you
you,
can hear
man.
the video.
Well,
all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much
Let me
for
know we
taking the
good.
opportunity, Suge. Co-founder Death Row Records for everybody at home. Of course, you know who Suge Knight is. So
well,
you
no
keep coming up.
Only
Good.
one founder.
Sound good?
All right, the one and only, the OAO, the OAO, Suge Knight.
Yeah.
So tell us about Capricorn Clark and whether you believe she is a credible witness for the prosecution to make a racketeering case
cool. Thanks,
against
Melanie.
Sean Diddy Combs.
Well, look, I say this all the time. Puffy and I are not friends, but Puffy should definitely walk. At the end of the day, how I know Capricorn and when I first heard about Capricorn, it was back when I was doing prison time. When I was doing prison time, it was a guy that didn't work for Death Row, but he was over the security company. This guy, Capricorn, broke his windshield in the back of his truck. He wanted to pay for it. She couldn't pay for it. A guy named Reggie White Jr. told her, well, you got to have sex with me or you pay for it. So she couldn't pay for it, so he forced her to have sex with him, but they were still talking after that, right? But the most important thing is that it was other executives that was involved in Puffy's life. And for Puffy to be the only guy that gets on the stand is a sad day for hip-hop. Because once Capricorn had got beaten up allegedly, everybody said, well, she got her ass whooped. And when she was approached by an executive from Interscope, and you got to remember, Capricorn wasn't the artist on Interscope. Puffy wasn't doing business with the guy in Interscope. If you guys want his name, I'll tell you. And when they talked to him, Interscope gave Capricorn $1 million, a check, for don't say nothing about the incident with her and Puffy. She got mad because she had to pay taxes on it. And she thought it was a settlement where she didn't have to pay taxes on it. So when Jimmy Iovine gave her that check, that's when all hell broke off. But at the same time, I don't think this is a case where Puffy should be going to prison. And
do you believe is Capricorn believable with this story with Diddy?
This is what I do know. I was in New York. And when I was in New York, it was me and a limo driver. That's it. I'm in different spots, eating just by myself. I walks out, I see Capricorn, and I see another. So those two hung out with me in New York, from restaurants to running around to doing whatever. So I don't know if the part that she was so scared of Puffy that they wouldn't talk to me, because I'm hanging out with them in New York, just us three. And I'm not here to badger nobody, but at the same time, when Reggie Wright Jr. basically made Capricorn, she said it over and over and over, I don't want to have sex with this fat I don't know if I can cuss on here, I just have sex with the fat man.
Too late.
But, okay, but they did. And she continued to be around, right? But when it's all said and done, how could every person who's involved with Puffy is not on the stand? Except for Puffy. I get at some point, I get it. The law got to be blind.
I get it. Suge, thank you very much for giving us.
Hey, for sure.
Go
One
ahead.
last thing before I go, you got to remember, Death Row and Employees and Bad Boy was really good friends. A lot of them. Reggie Wright Jr. and the other guy that be with Puffy, I forgot his name, the other fat dude, right?
Come on,
But
Gene
they
Dell.
called Reggie Wright Jr. to do security for Puffy and Biggie the night Biggie got shot. So I can't see that they will look at.
Hold on, that's breaking news right there. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. You heard what Suge just said? He said the night that Diddy and them went to Los Angeles, the night Biggie got killed, they hired Reggie Wright as security. The same Reggie Wright that was security for Tupac, supposedly part of the security for Tupac that night Tupac was killed. So y'all see all this shit is coming out, bro. The connections is starting to connect. If you could do some discernment and you could see the connection. Did you hear what this nigga just said, bro? This nigga said the night that they went out to that party, the night Biggie got killed, they hired F and Reggie Wright as security. Yo, hold on. And Suge, that was Suge's security. What it was like, Right Way Security was the name of his company or something like that. And they LAPD as well. Like Reggie Wright and his dad is LAPD. And it's Suge, they all grew up in Suge's, they all from the same neighborhood, which he became head of Suge's security because of his security company that secure for Bad Boy. For Death Row. So you mean to tell me in the height of the West Coast, East Coast beef that Diddy hired Suge Knight's security to secure for them that night? Bro. Let me bring that shit back, bro. Because my ears must be deceiving me of what Suge just said. Bro, do y'all see this shit? Y'all see the connection that's being made? I think all these niggas conspired to get Big killed and Tupac killed. Right along with the feds.
Death Row and Employees and Bad Boy was really good friends. A lot of them. Reggie Wright Jr. and the other guy that be with Puffy, I forgot his name.
Hold on, did Gene ever mention that? Before we get back, did Gene Dill ever mention that basically Bad Boy hired Reggie Wright as security that night? I need to holler at Big Gene, man. Where Big Gene at? Did Big Gene ever if for y'all that been following Big Gene's story, I've never heard Big Gene say Reggie Wright that Bad Boy hired Reggie Wright as security that night. I never even heard Big Gene say that shit. Am I wrong? Am I right? I don't know. Y'all let me know for y'all that been following this shit. Have Big Gene ever mentioned about Reggie Wright being security for Bad Boy that night? I never heard the nigga say that shit. Now I might have missed it. I don't know. Y'all let me know, man. But this shit, like all this shit coming out now is kind of crazy, bro. Now I'm imagine what's gonna come out during the KPD trial when that whole shit, that whole monkey show takes place with the KPD trial and the Tupac shit.
And the other fat dude, right? But they called Reggie Wright Jr. to do security for Puffy and Biggie the night Biggie got shot. So I can't see that they will look at Capricorn affiliation with Death Row that bad and that type of threats. I'll be surprised. Gene, that's his name. Gene and Reggie Wright Jr. is great friends. So That's got to be understanding that something's there. And we just can't jump to conclusions and say, throw Puffy in the bus. Like I said, him and I are not friends, but Puffy definitely should walk. What's right is right, wrong is wrong. Guys, enjoy your day. Nice talking to you.
Suge, I appreciate it. We'll speak again. Thank you for your perspective.
Hey, remember one thing. Don't live reverse. You got to live and drive. Go forward, not backwards. Enjoy yourself. I'm out.
All right, so he said they called Reggie Wright to secure them that night. Now I don't know if Reggie Wright did it or not, but the fact that they was able to call Reggie Wright, that's why I said that East Coast West Coast beef shit was fake anyway. All that shit was whack and fake. A lot of them niggas were still cool with each other. A lot of West Coast niggas and East Coast niggas were still cool, even with Death Row. Death Row was still cool with some niggas from Bad Boy as well. So, like Snoop still saying he was cool with Puff and Big during the time of the goddamn East Coast West Coast beef shit. You know what I mean? And seeing Puffy baby moms with Diddy playing Suge playing with Lil Justin when he was younger. Not Justin, what's his name? Yeah, what's the light skinned one name? Diddy's son. With Suge taking a picture playing with him when he was younger, which means Misa was around Suge during the time of all that shit. You know what I mean? So all that's why I believe all that shit was staged anyway. All that East Coast, West Coast shit was staged any damn way. And I believe the feds was involved with that shit as well, because the feds was following these niggas around everywhere they went. You know what I'm saying? Tapping their phones, following them niggas everywhere they went. But being as though that Bad Boy was able to actually still have access to call Reggie Wright, which is head of Death Row security, to secure for Bad Boy, y'all don't find that shit strange? These niggas supposed to be enemies. That make me think all them niggas conspired to get Tupac and Biggie out the way, bro. Oh, his name Justin. Thanks, Tish. I'm believing that these niggas, yeah, not Quincy, because we know Quincy is I'll be sure son, because the nigga look just like the nigga, so we know you know what I mean? But Justin, yeah. And they saying that's Wolf's, they saying that's Diddy's bodyguard Wolf son. Cause I seen the side by side picture of Diddy's son, Justin and Diddy's bodyguard Wolf, the one that got killed down in Atlanta and shit. They look just alike. Same nose, ears, all that shit. I mean, but that's just, that's just the word, word around the campfire, whatever. I don't know if that's true or not, but the nigga do look like the nigga. You know what I'm saying? He do look like Diddy's former bodyguard, the one that got killed. But other than that, that shit is strange that Suge said that Bad Boy called. You should just basically say Bad Boy called Death Row to secure them that night, and that Biggie got killed. So how are you calling the enemy to secure you that night, and Biggie end up getting killed? Y'all see what I'm saying? Suge basically said that the enemy called them for security, and Biggie ended up getting killed that night. So did you call them for security, or did you call them niggas for a hit? Now that make you think, did you call them niggas for security, or did you call them niggas for a hit? This shit crazy, bro. This shit is crazy, bro. I don't know, man.
Amen. Amen. Thank you for watching.
This shit sound crazy to me, fam. This shit sound crazy, bro. All right, hold on. I'm trying to get into this I gotta pull up this reggae. I want to pull up reggae interview with reggae interview with. All right, let me pull up reggae interview with Pierce Morgan. But before we get into this interview with Pierce Morgan and reggae, 30% off on everything, 35% off on everything on the shop. You check out, you know what I'm saying? Automatically check out. The 35% come off during checkout. So make sure y'all head over to 90dayherbals.com. It says sponsored by 90dayherbals.com. We sell natural products, all natural products, no synthetics, no poison, no none of that. It's all synthetic CBD, high quality CBD. We have stuff for pain. We have stuff for detox. We have sea moss on there. So we got sea moss teas on there. We got natural hair shampoos and conditioners. We got beard moisturizers for the fellas. We have a slew of everything on there health wise. So definitely check us out. NightandDayHerbals.com. Get 35% off on all herbal CBD products automatically applied at checkout. Link in the description, and the link is pinned to the top of this chat. Y'all feel free to super chat. Feel free to donate to the Cash App that's pinned to the top as well. Yeah, I mean, all forms of, gratitude. Even liking this video, which is free. Sharing this video is free. Gratitude. We appreciate y'all. So let's go ahead and get into reggae interview on Pierce Morgan, y'all.
Sons.
Let me know if y'all can hear it.
And then several weeks.
Let me do a little speed up real quick, cause I don't, I'm gonna speed up on this joint real quick.
Later, someone tries to.
Let me know if y'all can hear the audio. Let me know if y'all can hear the video. We good?
Kill you. People think that maybe Diddy has something to do with what happened.
I just think. Yeah, we call him reggae. We ain't talk about Jamaican music neither.
We need to just chill. We need to let Puffy go.
But I'm just gonna get my head right. When you said they tried to kill me, who tried to kill you? Well, Diddy is back in court this week as his federal sex trafficking trial resumes in Manhattan.
We good? Volume good? All right, cool. So they ain't been acting up. The browser ain't been acting up lately, so we good.
Rapper Kid Cudi testified on Friday that his car was blown up on his driveway when he dated.
This nigga just said Kid Cudi. It's Kid Cudi, man. This nigga said Kid Cudi. Pierce Morgan, man, you got to get them names right, brother. I don't like the sound of Cudi anyway. That sound too close to coon and shit like that. I don't like that. It's Kid Cudi, not Kid Cudi.
Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Makeup artist Myla Morales testified about Diddy's violence and cited her interview on this very show. Must be difficult viewing for those who once counted Sean Combs, Diddy, as a friend, or one very close confidant, is the singer and entrepreneur Ray J, who joins me exclusively for his first interview since the trial began. Ray J, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here.
A lot of people have been waiting to hear what you have to say since this trial commenced. So let me just start by asking you that very question. It's been running now for several weeks. What is your view of how this case is going?
I think it's kind of becoming a circus, and with all the allegations, and now with everybody explaining like what's happening in the bedroom. I mean, every day it just sounds crazier and crazier and freakier and weirder, right? And I'm like trying to understand, with all this being said, like with Kid Cudi going on and saying everything that happened, but then ended up saying Cassie played both of us. It's like, where are we trying to go? Are we just trying to like tell all of these crazy stories and then that equals out to sex trafficking? I mean, it's starting to become outrageous. It's a RICO case. It's really only Diddy and maybe one other person. Like, I'm just starting to feel uncomfortable, and I'm starting to feel weird about this whole thing.
Well, it was certainly interesting last week when I interviewed this guy who had the pseudonym The Punisher, who was hired, and it was Cassie Ventura. Right. So it was a sort of very interesting interview because Cassie Ventura did all the negotiating, did all the payments, and did all the texting to him. Diddy would sit in the corner of a hotel room naked, and he would watch, with her apparent full consent, this guy come in and have sex with her. And it happened maybe a dozen times over a 2.5-year period. Now, none of that says to me that is a serious crime. If she is the one that is organizing it all. Now, she is arguing it was coercion and so on. You know all these people very well. You know Cassie Ventura. You know Diddy well. When you saw that interview, maybe you saw the one that I did, but when you saw that guy talk, what was your takeaway from that?
I was just thinking, like, what year are we in? Like, it feels like we're in this vortex of like this dominatrix story about all of these different characters that are coming out and the names and the nicknames. And I mean, it's intense. I think that it's entertaining for sure. And it's definitely press worthy. But at the end of it all, it's like, this is what Diddy is being charged for. And this is what he possibly might serve a lot of jail time for. I don't understand it. And I really want to know where this is all going to go and where does this lead? Because again, it's weird. It's freaky, like the whole oral thing with the 19 guys and the blisters. I mean, it feels like they're just trying to paint these pictures of Diddy. And I was around Diddy all the way pretty much up.
Yeah, we know Ray Gay was around Diddy. We know he was part of the whole DeLeon crew. He was part of the Ciroc DeLeon crew. Him, French Fry Montana, Bow Wow. Who else? Who else was part of that crew? That DeLeon crew. All them niggas was around. Yeah, Meek, Fab. Yeah, they all was part of that crew. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we know this nigga was around.
Up until the arrest. And all I got from that when I hung out with Diddy, and this is word to my mom and kids, he's always inspired me to be great. When I left, I felt like I could do more for my business. I felt like I had more power because I wanted to be more vocal in running my companies and call my wife if we were getting into it and send her flowers. I mean, these are all the things he was instilling to me and all of the young guys around that were inspired and you know, look at him as a mentor. So now these private things that happen when we were around and never even got a chance to see this kind of crazy stuff, it just sounds like this was a private, personal thing that was happening, and now it's starting to become it's diabolical. I mean, if that's the right word, it's chilling and it's scary for a lot of people out there in this business like us who are trying to walk the right path and connect with the right people when there's things that you do when you make bad mistakes. But this is like an overflow of just complete negativity.
So it sounds to me, unless I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you think that there's been a massive overreach here. This is personal behavior between Diddy and Cassie Ventura that we've seen so far, that it doesn't cross the line from where you sit into serious crime under the RICO law, which of course was, you know, intended for mafia members and so on. Do you think that's what we're witnessing here with this case, that this was consensual? It just may be freaky, it may be sexually deviant, it may be all these things, but it was apparently consensual behavior and not a crime.
I agree, and there's things that you know we saw in these videos, they were disturbing, and that's not okay, right? But looking at the crimes that he's being charged for, this is where it starts to go overboard, and it's like whoever was mad at the top was really mad, and I think we're here now, and I think it's a flex. Because like, what are they trying to get out of this in this court case? Does everybody that's talking about these stories, do they want to see Puffy rot in jail? Is that what we're here for? Because I just think that
yeah, Ray Gay, that's the objective. They want Puffy broke and basically you know, rotting in jail. If they possibly can, if they could take him out, they will do that too. I mean, they will Epstein the situation real quick. I mean, especially they know, you know, he retains a lot of information, you know, on a lot of people, and they might be afraid that he might start talking and leaking some shit. He might, you know, the pressure of him being in jail might get a little too heavy, and he might begin to start, you know, putting things out there. You know, they could go write a book. You know what I'm saying? You know how that go when niggas doing time behind jail. They documentaries, they start writing books and putting it, you know what I'm saying? So it's they treading very careful with showing Puffy Combs. They Like I said, if they the Epstein situation, they would Epstein the situation real quick. If they felt like it's possible that he can start putting information out there. You know what I'm saying? Diddy book will sell. He would sell a billion copies, man. A Diddy book, a Diddy tell-all book. Can y'all imagine a Sean Puffy Combs tell-all book about the industry? That book would never see the light of day, man. He'd be Epstein in his cell ASAP. It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen unless the elites want it to happen. And being as though he retains a lot of information about certain people, they're not going to allow that to happen. It wouldn't see the light of day. But let's continue with Ray Gay and his shenanigans on Piers Morgan. Please make sure y'all smash that like button, share this video if you can. Let's go ahead and continue.
That's unfair, and just knowing everybody, it just could have been done a different way. And now it's starting to worry me. And I honestly think that Diddy will get out. And I think that there's nothing here, right? I think they made their point, whatever they were.
Look at Ray, look at Ray Gay. Look at Ray Gay positioning himself for that Diddy party when he Ray Gay trying to get invited to the new Diddy party, ain't he? The Diddy is free party. Ray Gay needs that. He says, shit, I'm not gonna go against Diddy. I need the parties. He need that party. You see him setting it up? You see him subliminal frequency? You see him? He like, Diddy gonna get out. Yeah, you see? That nigga setting the play up, ain't he? He like, yeah, he get back out. It's back to business, back to the Diddy party. Diddy ain't gonna invite a lot of them motherfuckers though. Diddy ain't gonna mess with a lot of them niggas. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them niggas ain't, they left him when he was down. But Diddy should understand. I mean, he's an industry nigga. I'm pretty sure he blackballed niggas in his life. He know how it go, because he would turn his back on niggas if they was in a certain I gotta say no Diddy dealing with. When I mention shit like that, I gotta say no Diddy. Put niggas in position and all, I gotta say no Diddy with that. Cause we talking about Diddy here. But yeah, he damn sure, Ray Gay definitely damn sure setting it up. He like, yeah, Diddy ain't guilty. He gonna walk free. I'm gonna be at the party when he get out though. Be at the party. I'll be at the party when Diddy get out.
Trying to make your point is made. Now let Diddy out, because
look, let Diddy out. Yeah, this nigga, let Diddy out.
Does everybody that's talking about these stories, do they want to see Puffy rot in jail? Is that what we're here for? Because I just think that that's unfair, and just knowing everybody, it just could have been done a different way. And now it's starting to worry me. And I honestly think that Diddy will get out. And I think that there's nothing here, right? I think they made their point, whatever they were trying to make. Your point is made. Now let Diddy out. Free Diddy.
Wow, you think he's gonna walk?
I think so. And I personally think it's gonna happen faster than a lot of people think, because I think we're all starting to see what this is. Even if you're on the other side of it, I mean, the justice system is the justice system. Where does this fit in right as opposed to right and wrong? It's off. And I don't like it.
Here's my problem.
And I want to be vocal about it.
Right. So I've met Diddy a couple of times at social functions many years ago. And he was perfectly polite and nice to me. And we had a perfectly civilized conversation. One was an Oscars party. One was at an event in London. I have to say, when I watched the video that was leaked of him attacking Cassie Ventura in that hotel corridor, I did think then, well, you're not the person I thought I knew from everything I'd read and heard. You're a very violent person capable of beating up a woman. That is despicable. And if you're capable of that, and that's just what we saw on a CCTV bit of footage by chance, then what else are you capable of? What do you say to people like me who looked at that and go, well, this guy is a vicious, nasty piece of work?
Listen, I was very hurt when I saw the video. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was very disappointed, and I still am. And my heart goes out to Cassie for me just watching that, right? It's not okay. And there's nothing about that was okay. And I can't say but after that, because that's just what that is. And I feel the same way you feel. But on the top of what we're doing now, and even with the tape being altered, I heard, and they're not going to be able to use it probably in court because it was altered before it was put out, that puts a spin on it. It doesn't put the spin on what he did. But the altered tape, that as opposed to sex trafficking and a RICO, and now it's in this mafia setting, it just doesn't, they don't go together. If he was charged for something else that maybe had fit what we saw, we all kind of would understand what's going on. But the charges and what's being done, it's not okay.
I am the proud owner of 2 cats, which are named after 2 now, and you're a very credible witness, albeit stuff that most people may not want to engage in.
That boy Reggae pleading for Diddy, ain't he? But I don't blame him though, because all the shit that been coming out, man, it's not screaming RICO, it's not screaming racketeering either. All this shit that been coming out about Diddy is strictly domestic, toxic, freaky deaky, toxic shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's looking like. You know what I mean? So that, I mean, what they got was so far, with the testimony so far, is just not enough to convict this nigga. It's not. Sorry. Now we still got like what, 6 more weeks of this or whatever. We gonna see who they bring forward to testify, but right now this it's not enough to convict this nigga, bro. Their testimonies and the prosecution is not strong enough to convict this nigga on RICO charges, sex trafficking, you know, bracketeering and all that shit. But let's go ahead and continue.
You know, I felt that when I interviewed that guy, the Punisher, I thought he was a very credible witness and a very credible interviewee, actually. When did you last talk to Diddy yourself?
Wow.
Yeah.
I spoke to Diddy maybe a week and a half before it all went down. And we didn't talk long because, again, like, I love Diddy and I love the family. And when I was vocal about what happened, I guess they didn't take it as if I was supporting. And so the family and I kind of got, on the wrong page. But if you really look at what I was saying and what I'm saying.
Yeah, Diddy's sons are ready to roll on reggae. They's ready to roll on that nigga. They's ready to put the beats on reggae. They went online talking crack. Because reggae was doing a lot of talking too soon. But he looked like he's changing his story now. Let's continue.
Saying now is that stories are being created and it's starting to feel like it's the world against Diddy. And I feel for him, you know what I mean? And I'm actually worried about him in this state now because it's a dangerous world. And we're just seeing a lot of things unfold and power being played. And it's a circus act. I mean, how many more stories do we got to hear? I mean, this is some really freaky stuff that I think it should be kept private, and it's just starting to get freakier and dirtier, and you could just smell it in the room, and it's just not okay.
Did you ever attend the freak-offs, these infamous freak-offs?
Well, I attended a lot of parties with Diddy, but there was never a freak-off. Like, even the word freak-offs, right?
Reggae.
We've never used that term whenever we went to a Diddy party. A Diddy party was where most people couldn't get in, and the top of the top, the A-listers are out on the scene. And if you don't have the proper invitation, or if you're not one of the who's of Hollywood, it's impossible to get in. Whatever door they're talking about, the freaky door, I never got an invitation, never knew it existed. And I feel like in my
reggae. Please, bro. You've been in the industry since a kid, my nigga. Stop playing around with us, bro. Nigga, you on tape with Kim Kardashian, nigga. Did you think we forgot, nigga? You was smashing Whitney Houston, nigga. Do you forget? You think we forgot, nigga? Reggae. Come on, bro. This nigga that hosts them freak offs his damn self. He all I'm talking about. He trying to act like he ain't got the freak offs. You know what I mean? Like he ain't been hosting them freak offs his damn self. Come on, Ray Gay. You and Bow Wow and all y'all niggas, Soldier Boy, Bat Wow, all y'all niggas. Come on now, bro. Ray Gay, stop capping for Pierce Morgan on that damn show. You capping more than Jaguar right on that shit now, bro. This nigga gonna actually sit up there and cap us like that? Big ass bowl of Captain Crunch, nigga, please. We know Ray Gay was part of the freak doing. I mean, them niggas is running trains on chicks, doing all types of shit. Come on, man. Y'all industry niggas crack me up with that shit, bro. He gonna sit up there and just lie like that out of his face? Come on, Ray Gay. Come on, Ray
was
Gay.
never a freak off. Like even the word freak offs, right? We've never used that term whenever we went to a Diddy party. A Diddy party was where most people couldn't get in. And the top of the top, the A-listers are out on the scene. And if you don't have the proper invitation, or if you're not one of the who's who's of Hollywood, it's impossible to get in. Whatever door they're talking about, the freaky door, I never got an invitation, never knew it existed. And I feel like in my world that I'm in, and I like to party and have fun, at least I would have got an invitation.
Yeah. There were two things, Ray J, that happened to you in close proximity I wanted to talk to you about. One was in October 2024. You've alluded to a bit of a falling out with Diddy's family. You got into a fight with Diddy's sons, Christian, Quincy, and Justin outside a Halloween party. They were upset. It was reported about comments you'd made about their father. What can you tell me about that?
It got a little intense. You know, they approached me a couple times about just seeing me in a couple of the interviews I did. So this was the third time that they approached me, and so this time I was more aggressive and more defensive. The first two times I kind of just let it go because I understand it's your dad and you feel a certain way. But the third time is where I kind of like went left, and we kind of all had this really intense kind of like scuffle, but it you know, again, like I walked away, and I think they were just trying to make their point, as any sons would, you know. But luckily, you know, Chris was there to stop it, and then we were able to get on the phone and talk about it as men and come to an understanding. But it was intense, and it's mind blowing because I mean I'm older, so it's like I can't. There's no way I'm gonna actually physically try to fight you guys. I've been knowing you guys since you guys were little. What are we doing? I mean, it's just. I left that night just feeling.
Nah, you was kind of trolling and playing around with it a little bit, being as though that you cool with them niggas, you in the circle with them niggas, and you was joking around and you was playing around and you was doing too much because you was clout chasing, nigga. Let's just call it what it is. Ray Gay, you was clout chasing off Diddy, and that's supposed to be your mans. You know what I'm saying? That's your mans and all that. Ray Gay, the Combs kids. You grew up with them niggas. You know what I mean? You seen them niggas grow up, and you was clout chasing it. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what you was doing. Them niggas called you out on it. You know what I mean? And that's just what happened, Ray Gay. Come on now, bro.
Really awkward, and again, you know, you always got to be the bigger person, especially when you're the older person. So I hope I handled it correctly. Moving forward.
And Ray J, what was it? What was it you'd said about Diddy they particularly took objection to?
I think that they thought that when I said certain comments like asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain, certain things I said went extremely viral, and I think they might have taken it out of context. So
she was clout chasing.
It happened like that, and most of the interviews I was doing were going extremely viral, and so I think they looked at it wrong. Looking at it now, I think they understand my point, and they knew I wasn't trying to take shots at Diddy. That's the last thing I would do, is do that. I just wanted to make sure that people knew how I felt because that was the first few times I seen the video of him and Cassie. So at that point, I was still charged and upset. But now as we let this thing kind of play out and where we are today, there's a lot of glitches in the system, and I just think that we need to just chill.
These niggas be playing along with the play along. These niggas already knew this, that Puff was putting hands on Cassie. Come on, man. Ain't no goddamn surprise. Y'all niggas is surprised now. Y'all just was clout cheats because the tape came out. But y'all niggas already knew beforehand, before that tape even came into, you know, it hit the airwaves. Y'all already know the nigga was putting hands on Cassie anyway. A lot of y'all niggas was around when he was doing this shit. Come on, man. These niggas be dancing to a whole different tune when shit hit the fan, don't it?
We need to let Puffy go, and this needs to be put to bed, and they need to just work their differences out privately, even now, and just move on. Right? We've all just had enough. We need to just chill. We need to let Puffy go, and this needs to be put to bed, and they need to just work their differences out privately, even now, and just move on. Right? We've all just had enough.
In November, November the 12th, 2024, you went on Instagram on your stories to say you'd survived an alleged shooting. Let's take a look at what you said.
It's just tried to shoot me and tried to kill me, and you want me to apologize? Fuck you.
Now you said that
nigga was clout chasing. Ain't nobody shoot at this. Ain't nobody shoot at no reggae. Nigga clout chasing, bro. He needed a moment, you know what I mean, to go viral, and he said that shit. Ain't nobody was clapping at that nigga, man. Nobody was shooting at this dude. This nigga be doing the most, bro. We know this nigga be doing the mizzos. Let's continue.
They tried to kill me, and you want me to apologize? Fuck you. What happened there?
Ain't shit happened.
That
look
was
at
a
him.
good
Look
day.
at him. Look at the nigga about to make up a lie. Look at him. You see how he looked up at the corner? Look. You gotta get his thoughts. Gotta get his lie together.
I really don't want to talk about that day too much because I don't want that day to happen again.
Nigga, ain't shit happened that
and
day.
I was able to just kind of figure out what it is and what it was. And so for me, just for everybody's safety and for just having the information and just keeping it to myself, it's just better for my safety. But it was something that I don't wish on nobody, but just for my safety and just for everything that happened, I just don't want to talk about it because I don't want to relive it again or bring that kind of heat back up and then it's happening again.
Sure, but just to be clear, did somebody actually shoot at you?
Oh, no. They didn't shoot me. It was at my truck. And when I was trying to stay in one place and let it die down.
Nigga, of course we know they ain't shoot you. Ain't nobody shoot at your truck. Neither. Stop lying. If somebody shot at this weird ass nigga truck, you know he would have showed the bullet hole, right? Clout chasing is as much as this nigga clout chase. You think he wouldn't have showed that bullet hole? If his shit got shot at, or if his shit got hit? Ray J, ain't nobody shoot at your shit, bro. You out here clout chasing like a mug, bro. This nigga crazy, bro.
The place I was in made me leave and go right back out into the action. And that's when I was being vocal about it because I really needed to lay low. They didn't want me there anymore. So they kind of just pushed me out right back into the situation. And it's unfortunate because I don't want to be in that kind of situation. And I don't even want to have that kind of vibe around me. And that's when I just started doing my news show. And doing news is just a different kind of business. And it brings about so many people that you didn't know even existed. And it got a little scary. And so that's why I kind of calmed down from doing my news show, which I'm going to start it back up. But it just got a little hot in the kitchen and it just wasn't worth it. And it wasn't worth, you know,
it wasn't worth
I got kids and
it wasn't worth
tripping.
That clout wasn't worth it.
I just needed to have peace. And it's crazy when you have an opinion and when you believe in things and you do news. So, I mean, I know your job is probably super tough and I'm sure people are mad all the time from so many different ways, so many different countries. So I respect what you do and hats off, man, because it's definitely a dangerous business.
But I'm just trying to get my head around. When you said they tried to kill me, who tried to kill you?
See, that's something that I don't want to get into because, again,
first of all, Piers Morgan, why would you think he would say that to you on national on your national show? Even if somebody was trying to, you think he gonna say it on your national show? Why do when these interviewers be asking these questions, my nigga, they just be maybe they just throw the question out there just to see what the interviewee is gonna say. Maybe they think he's gonna trip up, it might say something, you know what I'm saying? But why would he answer that on your show if he was actually being gunned for? Makes no sense. Oh, he's just gonna skip around law enforcement, skip around other people that's close to him. to come on your show and tell you, yeah, this person right here tried to kill me. It makes no sense. But anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
If I do, now I'm back to the beginning of where we were. And so for me, I made promises. We cleared the air on certain things in Los Angeles, and everything is good now. So I just want to leave it at that. Just to be on the positive.
Some people, Ray J, as you know, some people were connecting what they thought were dots here. You had a massive altercation with Diddy's sons, and then several weeks later, someone tries to kill you. People think that maybe Diddy has something to do with what happened. Can you say that either way?
I know for sure that that's not what that was. And again, you know, he's locked up and he's going through his own issues. You know, I don't think he's worried about me at that level. But again, it is something that you don't want to experience and you don't want to kind of relive. You kind of want to keep a clean slate. And I'm learning as I go on how loud I can go and how much information I can give and how much information I can't. And I'm learning through the process. And that was definitely an eye-opener.
Ray J, in the TMZ documentary, The Downfall of Diddy, you said that multiple high-profile celebrities were paying alleged victims to keep their names out of the scandal. You didn't name anyone, but do you still believe that to be the case?
Yeah, I mean, I believe a lot of things are going on behind the scenes like that, and I said that just from experience of just my own life and how it goes when information is important and it shouldn't be leaked or put out, and this is what we'll give you or this is what we'll do to you. It's like an either or kind of thing. Yeah, I think that's happening every day, and it seems like it's like a movie, and then people just talk about it, and it's like this just conversation, but it's real and it's scary and it's uncomfortable at times, you know. But I think everything comes out when it's supposed to come out in the light, and sometimes people will do anything for it not to come out. Anything.
Yeah, that is
some
true.
of your favorite stars that you love and you look up to, you know, some people that people adore. Sometimes the other side is much darker than they think.
Yeah, I know that only too well from people in the Hollywood circles. Ray J, I really appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow. Good times. Talk soon.
Come back on again. I enjoyed that conversation. Thank you.
I would love to. I would love to.
Of course he would love to. That's Reggae, the Clout Chiefs. The Clout Chiefs, Reggae. Reggae, the Clout Chiefs. The Clout Chiefs. Reggae, the Clout. All right, so let's move on, y'all. We got some quick updates. I need y'all to smash that like button if you haven't. You know what I'm saying? What up, DJ Charlie? All right. All right, man. So Diddy loses latest mistrial bid in sex trafficking trial. So I guess they going for a mistrial or whatever. But let me see if I can zoom in on this. It's kind of okay. So this is see if I can zoom in. All right, now. So this is fresh out the press. All right, this is inner city press. So Combs Alexander Shapiro, he says we're going to move for a mistrial at this time based on the prosecution misconduct that has occurred. Some prospective jurors said Mr. Combs could buy his way out. This the type of conspiracy is out there. This that they bought into. All right, so Combs Shapiro said they should have ended with the fingerprint on the cards were destroyed, but they asked, did he authorize it? There's no way, unring the bell. There's no way to unring the bell. The only proper remedy here is mistrial. All right, so AUSA said that's absolutely unwarranted. AUSA said it was Mr. Ruffalo who wanted to inquire into the DNA, into investigation. Your Honor, you can say that the jurors should not draw any interference from the destruction of the fingerprint cards. Judge, application for mistrial is denied. So they Ruffalo, Diddy's defense team wanted to go for a mistrial based off the fingerprints on the cards, basically the fingerprint cards being destroyed. So the judge denied a mistrial. I mean, so he ain't getting no mistrial. Application was denied by the judge. All right, so judge, I sustained the objection. When raised, the jurors have already been told that questions are not evidence. Combs Shapiro, Your Honor, should tell the juror that the questions were not improper. AUSA said they weren't improper. You could say. All right, so no mistrial for application was denied for Mr. Combs there. So Mr. Combs will not be getting a mistrial as of now with the evidence that's been presented. So, yep. All right, now, so we're gonna we're gonna wait for more updates, y'all. We're gonna wait for more updates. You know, more people took to the stand or whatever, so we're gonna wait for these updates. Let me see if we got any updates lately. All right, y'all. We're gonna get into this, man. We're gonna get into Diddy's the escort dude. What's his name? The Punisher. He did an interview with CNN. This is the Punisher dude, the dude that testified against Diddy in the trial. The escort, prostitute escort dude. So we're gonna go ahead and get into this, man. This is CNN. All right, before we get into this, make sure y'all hit that like button. Like I said, it's 35% off on 90dayherbals.com. Make sure y'all head over there and shop with us. The 35% come off automatically during checkout. So make sure y'all go over there and check out our products, natural herbal products on the shop. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, and it's pinned to the top, and it's in the description of this video. So make sure y'all go check us out, 90dayherbals.com. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the Punisher guy here, the male escort guy. Interview with CNN. Let's get into it. Diddy said, "Nigga, turn your ass around, nigga. Don't be looking at me while you having sex with Cassie." He said the nigga was smashing Cassie and looking back at Diddy while Diddy was sitting in the corner and shit with a goddamn hijab on. Man, nigga had a hijab on, trying to disguise his identity and shit. While this nigga smashing Cassie, dude keep looking back at Diddy. They like, turn your ass around, nigga. Don't look at me while you doing that shit. Yo, yo, this shit crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. Oh man. We know why he was called. It's the feds, bro. It's the feds trying to do whatever they have to do. As basically he's brung in as a character judgment, as making a character judgment against Puff. You know what I'm saying? Um, basically to make it look like this guy was like the no sound. Y'all don't hear me? No sound. Hold on. We ain't getting no sound. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? No sound? Yo. Let me know if I'm good. There's no sound on the video? Please tell me there's a sound on the video. Come on now. Y'all let me rock out on this video like that and ain't no sound? Nah, I'm saying any sound on the video though. Was there sound on the interview we was watching? No sound? Oh, come on, man. All right, man. This shit crazy. All right, you're not gonna have to go back at the beginning, though. This shit crazy. Whole time we ain't had no sound? Yeah, y'all can hear me, but I wanted y'all to hear the interview. That's what we was watching. I wanted y'all to hear the interview. This is the male prostitute that testified against Diddy, the one that was, smashing Cassie up in the joint while Diddy was watching. I wanted y'all to hear that.
Well, his stage name, The Punisher, to the jury.
Let me know if y'all can hear it. Please let me know if y'all can hear it.
One of the few witnesses to give an uncensored look inside Diddy's freak-offs. In 2012, the exotic dancer allegedly received a call from a woman requesting expertise.
Sound good.
Named Janet, a.k.a. Cassie Ventura, and her friends. Hayes says he believes Cassie found him through his getpunished.com website. At their first meeting, Hayes said Cassie told him her and her husband liked to create a sexy scene, one that her husband would eventually come out to watch. And during that first encounter, Diddy allegedly gave mostly subtle directions. The compensation for that rendezvous, $2,000. Under cross-examination, Hayes testified that Cassie did not appear uncomfortable during their encounters. He, quote, did not get any discomfort with what was going on over the 8 to 12 interactions they all had. Sheree said, the Punisher, Hayes, joins me now, and he's also the author of In Search of Freezer Meat. He joins us now. Sheree, welcome. It's been a week since you testified. First of all, I'm just wondering what the reaction has been like in your life, knowing that this is such a high-profile case, and here you are in the spotlight in this way.
Yeah, cool. It's been like a whirlwind. A constant outreach from media outlets like this, and just friends and family, people from junior high school actually reaching out just randomly, to check in and speak up. It's been a very interesting, trying week.
You've reflected, I think, in some time about what your testimony said and what is like in that courtroom. Can you tell me a little bit what it was like to be on that stand a few feet away from Sean Diddy Combs, who you obviously had been around before in these sexual encounters, but he was more of a voyeur at those times. What was it like being in the room in the courtroom?
Yeah, so I have to say, I thought going into it, I was pretty prepared and confident, but literally when I walked in the room, I got complete anxiety. Like my entire body was shaking. Whatever I envisioned or what I thought, because obviously you can't see anything, it was the tension and the magnitude of the moment was much, much deeper. So it was to some degree terrifying. Like I just could not, whatever I envisioned, it was just so much more that I was not mentally prepared.
I mentioned that he was a voyeur during the sexual encounters. You were involved with Cassie Ventura directly in those rooms, as you've testified. Were you ever involved with Sean Diddy Combs? Did you two ever have an interaction in those sexual encounters?
No, actually, not one conversation, not even eye contact.
Really?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
Well, it was told to me immediately, like on the first encounter, that I was instructed to not look at him, not acknowledge him, not have any interactions with
by Cassie?
Yeah, by Cassie. So those were the instructions. So I did my best to follow them to the best of my ability because, initially I did not know who they were. And so I just saw it as an opportunity. I see this stunningly beautiful woman and, $2,000 for this type of interaction was, kind of like a no-brainer in terms of it. So I wanted to follow the directions as much as possible.
So he got paid.
There was literally no interaction.
$2,000.
I didn't even look directly at him.
Because normally you are a dancer, and this was an interaction that would have resulted in sexual intercourse.
Exactly. So
he got paid.
So this is nuance. It's not something that
sleep with
happens.
Cassie in
I've
front of
done
Diddy.
thousands of parties. This is the only time I was propositioned with something like this, and it was in such magnitude. Like in the Trump Hotel, it's like these huge suites, and you can tell this is a very high-profile couple. So I just wanted to be as professional for the sex scenario as I would assume was required.
Did you ever travel outside of New York with them?
I did not.
When you were engaged in this encounter and intimate with Cassie Ventura, as you said on the stand, you were asked about whether you had any notice or any idea how she felt about the interaction, whether she was consenting, whether she was uncomfortable in any way. You testified you did not feel as though she was uncomfortable at all. Can you explain?
Yeah, so there was always, like, before the sexual activity, there was always like downtime. So I would be greeted by Cassie, kind of put in a room, and we would have casual conversation.
About how long did that last?
10, 15 minutes, and it would be, consistent. How's work going? How's parties? How's things? So it seemed like a very cordial, laid back situation. And I actually believed that the scenario was real. It was like a birthday. This was something they were doing as a couple that wasn't normal. I mean, that wasn't their norm. And I honestly thought I was the only person they were engaging with. So I had almost a belief that I was, wow, like this is a cool thing. Like I'm the person they're choosing for this kind of fetish type of environment. And
nothing seemed illegal to you or anything out of sorts?
Not even close. Like I didn't even get any thought of anybody being like under the influence of any drugs or anything. It seems like a very, for the circumstance, everybody was just normally in their right state of mind. And this was just something they did for sexual pleasure.
You never saw any violence?
Nothing close.
Interestingly, you say you haven't seen any violence, you didn't see anyone under the influence of drugs, and you didn't have any idea that she was not consenting in some way. Why do you think you were called to testify?
Exactly.
I'm still trying to figure that out because after the fact,
Feds, bro.
The only thing that I can kind of
nigga, just say the feds came to you was like, listen, we need this pup. We need to take this puffy guy down by any means necessary. We need you to say this. We need you to say some things in court. We need you to just show your presence in court. We know you one of the guys that slept with Cassie and Diddy, with the freak offs. We seen you on the tape. We need you to testify. Like, nigga, the feds. Like, he even wondered, like, damn, why am I testifying in court? Why am I here? And, even he questioned it, like, why am I here? Nigga, we know why you're there. The feds said, listen, we need you on this case, bro. When I be hearing the shit that come out of this, these transcripts and shit that come out of this court room, as far as with people testifying against Diddy, I'm like, it smell like it got feds written all over it. Like, come on, bro. Like the feds is telling y'all niggas to say this shit, bro. It's like they went in a room, feds handed their ass a script, they rehearsed it. Look, we need you to cry right here on this key, on this key right here. When this is being said, this one I need you to grab your tissue and start crying. It's like they got the whole act played out, bro. Like the whole shit is played out. Like I see this shit, bro. They went in them rooms and the feds handed their ass a script and they said, boom, this is what we need you to say when you take the stand. Cause this nigga he's still confused. Like, look at his face. This nigga still confused. Like, all right, why am I testifying? All I did was came in there, banged her out. They paid me $2,000 and I left. I didn't see no drugs. I didn't see guns. I didn't see nobody else in the room. It was perfectly legal. Perfectly legal. There's not a crime in him going in there having sex with Cassie and weird ass Diddy watching, weird ass Puffy watching, with a hijab on, with a Muslim hijab on, covering his face. Where's the crime at in that? Yeah, this shit. Yeah, then he got paid 2 stacks. That's what he said. He got paid 2 stacks to go in there, smash Cassie in front of hijab wearing Diddy, and then, damn, yo, we might have to animate that shit. Hold on though. Where bro at, bro? Yo, if y'all ain't been checking out our Pixar trial animation Jones, bro. If y'all ain't over there subscribed to 90-Day Cartoon Network, and y'all ain't watching our trial, our motherfucking cartoon trial or animated cartoon trial, Jones, bro, a Diddy. Y'all missing. Y'all missing out on a whole lot of shit. Y'all tripping if y'all ain't over there watching them shits. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking like, damn, bro, we might have to animate this shit. Diddy ass sitting in the corner and shit with a Muslim hijab on and shit, covering his face up. So let me get this straight. So this nigga didn't know who Cassie was. So was he? Did Cassie have her face covered as well while this nigga was having sex with her? Like, did he have a bag over her head? Did she have one of them goddamn BD? What's that shit called? BDSM mask on and shit? Was she dressed like the nigga from Pulp Fiction that was tied up in the basement? Like, he said he didn't know who they were. So was they both disguised as shit? Like, bro, I don't know, bro. You said, can someone link it? Yeah, let me drop the link for y'all, man. Y'all better go subscribe to the Night Day Cartoon Network, bro. Y'all tripping if y'all ain't over there watching the trial. The animated Pixar version of the trial, bro. We got Cassie testifying. We got Boosie speaking out. We got 50 speaking out. We got everybody that took the stand, Kid Cudi. This nigga right here that's on the screen now. We animated that nigga in the courtroom. Like, let me go ahead and drop this link to the cartoon channel, man. So y'all can go over there and subscribe. Y'all tripping if y'all ain't over there. These shit's getting views too. These shit's getting mad views on them too. So we plan. We every time somebody testify, we dropping the cartoon version of that shit. Yeah, I mean, every time. You know what I'm saying? So y'all gotta check that shit out. Let me drop the link for y'all. Night and Day Cartoon Network. Y'all can put it in the search too. But I'm gonna drop the link. All right, the link is in the chat. Y'all go over there and subscribe to the Night Day Cartoon Network. Yeah, we putting out the trial. Yeah, we covering the trial, the animated version of the trial. So, you know what I mean? Y'all gotta check that shit out. But let's continue on this. You know, that nigga look Reggie Miller looking motherfucker, ain't he? Don't he look like Reggie Miller?
Maybe think is
Reggie Miller brother looking ass.
There was directions, right? It was in my testimony. It was clear that it was him, I guess, somewhat in control. You know, not overbearingly. I mean, it was said to me this scene we were creating was for her husband, aka him. So the only thing I can say is maybe they were trying to show another element of control. And even though in my case it wasn't forceful or aggressive, but it's still another dynamic that maybe they were trying to establish.
Did you ever see cameras or anything being filmed?
I did not. The rooms were always extremely dim and dark. This candlelit. So it was. If there were cameras, it would have to be some sort of infrared, low light scenario because it was very dark.
Who paid you?
Always Cassie.
Did you ever see where the money came from?
I did not. Only one time, like I said in my testimony.
So hold on, bro. Nigga said no cameras. Why is he there? Why is this nigga at the courtroom, bro? Testify. He said no cameras, no drugs, no guns, no crime, no nothing. Just straight smash and leave. Nigga. How they even find this nigga anyway? Like, if she paid this nigga, like, no, I guess emails and shit. I guess they went through the emails and all that shit. But yeah, I guess Cassie, you know, because she still kept a record. She probably, you know, kept a record of the emails, all the motherfuckers she was hitting up on Backpage and goddamn Craigslist. And y'all supposed to be having niggas do that shit for y'all. These niggas is like ordering prostitutes themselves. Like, y'all supposed to be like some high level celebrities and shit. Y'all niggas on Backpage and Craigslist ordering prostitutes like pizza, bro. Y'all some weird ass niggas up there, man. Y'all niggas y'all crazy as shit. Y'all niggas is crazy, bro. Let's continue though. Let's continue. Reggie Miller, brother, right here, man.
We were actually engaging in sexual activity, and he threw a stack of $100 bills.
Hell no, these celebrities be doing all types of shit, man. They be in all types of shit going on. They got money and access to the shit. They be into all types of shit. You know what I mean?
Bills on the bed.
Hold on, what he said was on the bed?
That stack of $100 bills. I did not. Only one time, like I said in my testimony, we were actually engaging in sexual activity, and he threw a stack of $100 bills on the bed. Cassie turned to him and asked him if everything was fine. And he just said, I'm enjoying it, in so many words. And I know that money was collected after the fact and given to me. So that would be the only scenario where I guess money came directly from him by way of, slamming it on the bed, like almost like how somebody would do at like at a strip club.
How, when you've reflected back on your testimony, do you think that your testimony was helpful to the prosecution or the defense in any way?
I mean, going into it, I always thought that because I saw no violence or any outward aggression, I always wondered if this was more beneficial to the defense. But I don't understand the angle of how they're trying to take my testimony and connect it to what
you
they're
said
trying to prove. It's very nuanced. What constitutes a RICO and racketeering, and I don't know enough yet. I haven't heard enough to see if my testimony aligns with what they're trying to do.
One thing that Cassie said on the stand was that she wanted Diddy to know that people were not disposable. And it almost sounded like she was talking collectively about everyone involved in these sexual encounters and so-called freak-offs. Did you yourself ever feel as though you were either disposable or that you yourself were being...
Maybe that's what it is. Diddy ain't cut them niggas in. Right, Jen. He might have missed payments. The nigga ain't cut them in on the you know what I mean, on the deal and shit. Diddy ain't been cutting them in lately. They got pissed off, man. Like, listen, this nigga refusing to pay us. You know what I'm saying? My kids got college tuition coming up, private school. Me and my wife trying to go on vacation, and Diddy ain't pay his goddamn Fed bill this month, or the previous 3 months. He didn't pay his Fed bill. Yeah, them niggas like, oh yeah. And Diddy probably hit them niggas like, yeah, I ain't paying no more. I ain't paying you niggas no more. I'm doing some other shit now. I ain't paying y'all no more. They say, oh yeah, you ain't paying us no more, Sean John Combs. You ain't paying us no more, Sean John Combs. Okay. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. They pulled a goddamn training day on that nigga. We putting cases on all you bitches. Shoe program, nigga. Lock that. They turning the Denzel from training day on that nigga. That nigga, then he said, I ain't paying y'all no more. They said, oh yeah. Said maybe Diddy got too big for his bridges, bro. Maybe he got too big for his bridges, man. And they said, listen, you getting too big now. You acting too high and mighty. You acting too uppity, nigga. You acting too uppity. You know what I'm saying? You acting too damn uppity. You ain't paying us like you used to pay. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. Cause you just think about it for a minute. Let me just put it in its perspective. Being as though Diddy dad, Melvin Combs, it's on record. It's on record that he was an informant. He worked with all these different organized crime. Frank Lucas, the Genovese family, the Gambino family. Now we know how these niggas operate. Now you know law enforcement is involved with that shit. Their hands got to get greased as well. And we seen, you know, them niggas paying off. They was paying off police. That's just part of their shit. They have police in back pockets, judges, lawyers, doctors, all types of people in their pocket, right? So you mean to tell me that the son of Melvin Combs making millions and millions and millions of dollars in the industry and the underworld ain't getting a cut of that shit? The underworld ain't taking a piece? Nigga, they already know he's Melvin's son. He's Melvin Combs' son. Sean Combs, you know what I'm saying? You mean to tell me you operating around this country knowing that the underworld really run this shit and you ain't? All these celebrities gotta pay up, bro. Don't let them fool you. All of them gotta pay up. The underworld still run this shit. The feds is the biggest gang ever. They really run shit, but they all tied in together. They all tied in together. You're not gonna make billions of dollars through an industry and somebody at the top ain't getting their cut. That's just not how it goes. Like anywhere you operating at that level, somebody got to get paid at the top. The underworld still run this shit. Somebody got to get paid. So I'm thinking this nigga missing payments. Maybe he told him get the fuck out of here. I ain't paying y'all niggas no more. I'm P. Diddy. I ain't got to pay y'all niggas no more. I'm making $100 million a year off alcohol and liquor and shit. I ain't gotta answer to y'all niggas no more. I'm with these niggas over here now. You know what I'm saying? Like he over there with one of the most powerful liquor brands in the world, distributions in the world, Diageo. They from the old world and shit. They old as shit. They like vampires and shit. Diageo, they've been around since like the goddamn 1800s and shit. They old money. You know what I mean? They tied in with Vatican and all that shit. The Catholic priesthood, and they tied in with all that shit. And you seen Diddy over there in Italy walking through Italy and shit like he was Napoleon Bonaparte and shit with the all red on, with his hands in his coat like he Napoleon Bonaparte. Diddy ain't flexing like that for no reason. This nigga tied in with niggas, bro. So I'm thinking like he told the feds, fuck out of here. I ain't paying y'all, or told somebody, I'm not paying y'all niggas no more. I'm Sean Puffy Combs. I'm Melvin's son. Y'all niggas ain't getting paid no more. They said, oh yeah? Oh yeah? They dialed up Cassie ass. Hey, Mr. Cassie Ventura. Yeah, this is the feds calling. Yeah, we need you to take this guy. We need to help you to take this guy, Sean Puffy Combs, down. Yeah. Your previous lover? Yeah, I think it's time now. Yeah. That's why that tape came out late, bro. Like that old ass 2016 tape, that shit could have been came out. Them niggas dropping that shit during the time where they know they about to pick his dumb ass up. They said, oh yeah, let's go ahead and release that tape. That tape, yeah, let's go ahead and release that and whooping your ass. Yeah, we need you to take. Why you think this nigga was pressed to give up that 20 million overnight? Now you think Cassie got 20 million from Diddy and she ain't have to pay nobody? You mean to tell me she got 20 million from Diddy and she ain't had to kick up to nobody? Her ass had to kick up too, because she was a part of that shit with Diddy. She was part of the whole organization with the dumb shit they was doing. They like, oh, you ain't gonna pay us. Your ass gonna pay us one way or another. We just gonna go ahead and conjure up your old chick, bring her dumb ass in. It's time to push that button. It's go time. She on standby. Cassie on standby the whole time. She knew it was coming down the pipeline. She knows she already been approached by them. That's why everything came out the way it came out, because Cassie ass was already approached. They already came to her ass early on and said, look, we about to take this guy down. You know what I'm saying? We need you to hit him where it hurts. Bam. Why you think he paid up so damn fast? That nigga paid up overnight. This nigga wired the bread overnight. Diddy knew where that pressure was coming from. That's why he paid that shit, bro. They came to Diddy and they came to Cassie. They came to Diddy for some other shit, and he basically was talking that revolt shit. Remember all that shit he was talking about? Starting the black party and the black political party. We need to start our own party and start a revolution against the up. Let me play this shit again for y'all so y'all can hear this shit yourselves. Hold on, man. He started talking all that revolutionary shit, trying to buck against them people. You know what I'm saying? And I know with him being arrogant the way he is, he told them niggas, get the fuck out of here. I ain't paying y'all shit. That's when they took their ass to Cassie. Why do you think he paid up so damn fast? He knew where that pressure was coming from, bro. These niggas be plants though. They be industry plants, bro. Them motherfuckers be industry plants. I'm gonna be honest. All that shit was a setup. And you know what? And then again, they kept Diddy in jail because maybe he was gonna be out. Maybe he was gonna catch that flight and get the fuck out the country. Because he knew where they was coming. He knew why they was coming. He knew who was coming for him. You know what I'm saying? And he knew where the pressure was coming from. So maybe he was going to take his ass and get about the country like Russell Simmons did. Maybe like, well, y'all niggas let me out. I'm out. Like, maybe they know he was going to be out because they know what they trying to. Yo, they might even try to take this nigga out, bro. Like, don't get it fucked up. Like, if he even an inkling of him walking or getting out from under this shit, far as he's still in danger. Don't mean just because he beat the case, don't mean the shit is over. Yo, they will take niggas out. We see how that shit work, bro. We see how that shit work. They take niggas out. Especially a nigga like him. On some Epstein shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'd take a nigga out real quick. Now, let's listen to this nigga, man. Let me know if y'all can hear this shit. Let me know if y'all can hear this. No sound? All right, thank y'all. Because
But there's a level that you get to and you're successful and you get to the point of being successful. And as a black person, there's this thing that kicks in. There's this jealousy that kicks in.
All right, cool, y'all.
There's this fear that kicks in. Then they start to burn things down. Then they start to take the money out the Freedom Bank. Then they go back on the 40 acres and a mule. Then we don't deserve our worth. So even Hove, Jay,
no, he even brought up Jay name.
None of us are immune to it. He had to sue Bacardi to get his worth. Like they make us at the next level. You think that you've overcome everything. Oh, I finally made it. And then there's a whole nother army up there that is there to try to push you down the hill.
And that whole other army is the reason why his ass sitting up in court. You know what I'm saying? Like, these niggas can't operate freely like that. Like, nigga, they putting millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into you, nigga. Ain't no freedom, nigga. You a slave, nigga. They telling you what to do. Nigga, you ain't going about freely and just operating freely, making billions of dollars a year. Nah, somebody pockets gotta get greased. No Diddy. I mean, there's people at the top that gotta, they want their share too. There's niggas from the underworld that's running shit. That's just not gonna let you operate around this country like you free to do whatever you want. They got this shit on lock, bro. This shit is like, It's real organized crime, and our government being the biggest criminals, organized crime. All right, I'm trying to find this shit. Let me continue to play this though.
And that's why, from being at the mountaintop, I could come back down and tell y'all the only way out of this is if we can unify and combine our forces, because what's waiting for you up there.
You can't talk that unified shit, nigga.
Yo, that's
You can't take their money and then try to unify and go against them, nigga. That ain't how it works. Now you hear him talking that unity shit. Now he ain't talking about the average person. He's talking about all the industry niggas and all the people that's part of that shit to basically come together and revolt against the upper echelon of people. Now that's why he's kicked off Revolt TV with this interview right here. I'm about to play this shit. Hold on. That's why he kicked off Revolt TV talking that shit he was talking, because he basically was trying to make a play against those very people, those Diageo people and all those people that run shit as far as like the liquor distribution and all that, and the people that's tied in with them. This nigga's calling a revolt of the people that's part of his surroundings to basically revolt against those people, right? So that whole Rock Nation burnt shit. Now you can see how Jay-Z was looking at this nigga the whole time he was talking that billionaire talk shit, right? You see Jay holding his glass, kind of looking over at Diddy with a smirk on his face, kind of like, nigga, only if you knew. Because you know these niggas be turning, you know, ain't no friends amongst these niggas, right? Them niggas be turning on each other. Them niggas will sell each other out in a heartbeat. You know, ain't no friends amongst that shit. Like, ain't no real friends in that shit. So I feel like a lot of these niggas be having intel and be running back to other, you know, people that's in place, giving them intel on each other and shit. I think that's how that shit be. Niggas be having secret phone calls and secret recordings and shit like that on different type of people, and it's just all that shit be collected to use at a certain time that they need to roll out some shit. Now look at Diddy all hemmed up in the fucking courtroom. Listen to the shit he was saying. Now this when he launched Revolt TV, right? And listen to the shit he was saying. Now this is the time where he was having problems with Diageo, but he was still under their thumb, right? He was still under their thumb, under Diageo's thumb, right? Still collecting money from them, still making it $60 million a year, $60, $70, $80 million a year off the liquor brand, right? So he launches Revolt TV, and the first interview he do, listen to the shit this nigga saying in this. Now he's taking it, mind you, he's taking their money at the same time Mitch talking this shit. Listen. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Hold on. All right, let me start this shit over again. Now let me know if y'all can hear this.
Like, I'm blessed that I have the money to start this political party. I'm not gonna make no apologies for how much cake I get. That has empowered me, but I know once I get it, I'm going to fund the revolution. I'm a black nationalist. I'm unapologetically black. I have to take care of the tribe first. I cannot sit here and watch. This is my blood family. How you think I'm gonna be? I can't worry about nothing else. I love everybody. But right now, I gotta make moves, and I gotta use my power for the advancement of black people, because we last. All I gotta do is get to action. I don't care if you understand it, you don't understand it. I'm a warrior. I've been in head to head with these folks in corporate America. When they ask the question, is there systemic racism? And nobody answers the question. I'm like, yo, no, hold on. This systemic racism, they trying to keep their foot on the neck. Up to my level, up to Jay-Z's level, up to LeBron's level. It's an illusion of inclusion by just a couple of us. So I could sit back here in the crib, but I'm not with it. I'm from that same block. I'm a frontliner. I'm with the smoke at any time, no matter where my address is at. We're in a war. It is not a game. Everybody needs to wake up. I'm ringing the alarm. I'm having to start right now to organize and to come together, and so we could build our political army unapologetically for the things that matter to us.
Now, nigga, you hear the shit he's saying about what he wanted to do? That's why he mentioned LeBron James, goddamn Sean Carter. He mentioning all these upper billionaire folks, Oprah, all of. Now, come on, bro. You taking their money and you think you gonna take their money and revolutionize against them niggas while you taking their money at the same time? Nigga, you bugging. You bugging. You bugging. And nigga, you saying that shit to them other niggas that you think is part of your circle that you good with, they running back with the intel, nigga. That's why your ass sitting up in there in court. They ran back with that intel and said, this is what this nigga trying to do. Boom, boom, boom. He's trying to make this play, trying to make that play. This is what this nigga trying to do. Like, nigga, any of them dudes that try to branch off and start their own shit, from starting their own distribution companies and all that shit, the feds bust that shit up ASAP. Like, even goes back to when Sam Cooke was trying to start his own, when he started his own record company. They busted that shit up, bro, and basically whacked him at the hotel. They got the woman to do that. Basically, the woman that knocked Sam Cooke off was based around the shit that they was trying to shut him down because he was distributing his own music. He started a distribution company and a record label to start his, distribution, to distribute his own shit and bring other artists in on that, and other investors that was, trying to branch off from, the Jewish people at that time that was running the music industry. Every time they attempted to do that shit, bro, it never worked out. Every time. What was it? Dame Dash, Suge Knight, Irv Gotti, and goddamn and Rap a Lot. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? Jay Prince. They wanted to do the same thing. They wanted to start the black distribution company for the artists and shit. They met multiple times, and then the feds raided they shit. Now, who ran that intel back? Out of them niggas, who found out the information and ran the intel back that they was trying to do that shit? Now, these niggas is having secret meetings, and it's staying amongst them. So, how did the feds get wind of that shit? That means somebody was talking. Somebody left that meeting and was talking. Same thing with Will Smith coming out later, earlier this year, saying that him, Prince, and Jay-Z met to start a distribution company, a music label and a distribution company. Prince, talking about the formerly artist known as Prince, Will Smith, and Jay-Z. Who the fuck ran back and told? Why Prince ended up dead in front of his house, in front of the elevator? Why Prince dead and these two niggas still on top? So who ran back and told? Somebody ran back and told. That's why I said these niggas ain't to be trusted. You can't do nothing with them niggas, bro. Ain't nothing by it, because they could turn on you at any time because they put a price on it. Anybody that's in it for the money and the greed, it's a price on loyalty, bro. They put a price on that shit. They could turn anybody they want at any time. Especially if they got dirt on you and you into some shit and they got dirt on you. Oh, nigga, it's curtains. Nigga, it's curtains. They got dirt on you. It's curtains, bro. So that's a prime example right there that these niggas work with the feds. Because how the intel be getting leaked, these niggas be having private meetings and shit, and somebody end up dead or in jail, or the fed. Like, look what happened with the whole. They hit Death Row, Rap a Lot, and Murder Inc. at the same fucking time. Who told? Who told? The feds hit them niggas all three at the same. Who told? William Joey said, Jay. I mean, we know Rock Nation, what's her name? What's her name? The Perez chick up there that's partnered with Jay-Z. We know she she was an informer with the feds, turning in 2 damn cartels for 30 bricks and shit. That's on record. She was an informant with the feds. So now she's president of Rock Nation and partners with Jay-Z, which is the husband. Her husband is Jay-Z old drug run buddy. What's his name? OG Juan or whatever. That's her husband, which is Jay-Z old drug run buddy from the street. So how the fuck is these niggas partners on a music label, a music distribution company, and she turned in cartels with the feds, bro? All these niggas work with the feds, my nigga. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. All these niggas work with the feds. All them top industry niggas work with the feds. They can't even operate without working with the feds. Because first of all, you got too much influence. You got influence over millions of people, nigga. They need that energy. They ain't gonna let you operate freely, and you got fucking millions and millions of minds of the masses. They ain't gonna let you operate freely, nigga. It's do what we tell you to do. Because if you want to operate freely, you just gonna have to suffer the consequence. I mean, Diddy, with him talking like that, he was operating freely. He was off script. Talking like that with that revolt shit and doing that interview and talking that shit, like, bro, he way off script. They like, nah, nigga, you ain't taking our money and you trying to start some revolutionary shit. Like, that ain't how it work. We made you and we can make you and we can break you. That's how they looking at it. Man, all them niggas work with the feds, bro. Even the ones they be busting, them niggas work with the feds. Like, I don't see how you able, like I said, prime example, like these niggas that be having 100 million followers, 200 million followers. Like, how the fuck you got an Instagram page and you got 500 million followers? You got a 500 million followers on your damn page? If you go through some of them top celebrity niggas, The Rock, Ariana Grande, and all these niggas, they got Beyonce, all these people, they got goddamn 250 million of followers on their Instagram page. So you mean to tell me these niggas can operate freely with having that much influence? Hell no. Them niggas, hell no. Never in their life. These niggas is working with the feds, and some of them tied in with the CIA. Come on, bro. Let's be for real. They followed Malcolm X ass around. He was just on some Nation of Islam shit. They following him around. It was following him around. Martin Luther, they was all being followed around. You know what I'm saying? Even though them organizations was working with the feds and the CIA too. All that civil rights shit, all that shit was string puppets on the string. All that Martin Luther King shit, all that shit was puppets on the string, my nigga. That whole civil rights movement shit was puppet on the string. That shit wasn't no real revolutionary movement. Because the real revolutionary movements, I think later on when King woke up, later on, he realized he was being used and he was ready to, start moving against, but it was too late. But the thing is, being as though that Sean Puffy Combs, you working with them niggas first of all, they already know you already got put in position by them because of who your dad was. So they already know your mindset. They already know your bloodline. They know your mom. They know your mindset. Nigga, they know who your mom is, nigga, because of your dad, nigga. They already know who this nigga is. Kanye as well. Kanye dad was part of the Black Panthers. You think they didn't know who Kanye was before Kanye became Kanye West? before he became the big star that he is, they already know who this nigga is, bro. Like, come on, man. But they had you believing that these niggas, they so talented that they talent got them where they at. Nah, a lot of these people is cherry picked. These are cherry picked. They hand picked from the politicians to these high level celebrities that they be having. These niggas is hand picked, bro, because they be already part of something. You know what I mean? Extended back from family members and shit like that. You know what I mean? So, like I said, Diddy ass sitting up in court right now because of the shit he was doing. He was operating in ways that he wasn't even supposed to be operating. Same thing with Kanye. Kanye started all that shit he was saying against them folks. I gotta pull up a picture of LeBron James real quick. If I can still find this picture of LeBron James. And I want y'all to see this shit. And I think I might have saved it. I might have saved this shit. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna see if I saved it. I think I might have saved it. And if not, I'm gonna just go look for it. But hold on. I found it. Got it. I want y'all to see this shit, bro. Cause they ain't fucking around with these niggas, bro. These niggas be. Now, mind you, Diddy mentioned this person as well. And that little revolt shit that he was talking. He mentioned this person as well. But we know these niggas ain't all them niggas. Now look who is that right there, y'all? Who is that? Let me zoom in on that shit so y'all can see get a clear picture of that. Full screen. Trying to get the full screen, y'all. Hold on. Y'all see who the fuck that is, right? Y'all see who that is, right? Then can I get a fuller screen on that? Oh, that's the full as it go. Hold on, I'm trying to see. Hold on, y'all. I think that's the full as it get, but y'all see who the fuck that is, right? Let me go to the next joint. Hold on. Y'all see who that is, right? Ain't that LeBron James? Ain't that LeBron? Yeah, right. Am I right? So that's what I'm saying. Like these niggas be put in position by these niggas, right? It be this community putting them niggas in position, right? Back them on everything. All the deals that they get, all the endorsements and shit they get, it because of it be this shit right here, right? So that's who they be tied in with. It be the small hat community. Backing them niggas on every shit, right? On everything, right? Well, who you think is over? I'm gonna give y'all a wild guess. Who y'all think is over the small hat community? Who y'all think is above the small hat community? Y'all, wild guess. Who y'all think is over the? Because it's levels to this shit, right? So who y'all think is over the small hat community? Anybody want to take a wild guess, or just say this shit? Said, like Shimmy. Am I saying it right? Like Shimmy Love 3000. I'm probably fucking up your name, but yeah, but this be the people that be putting them in key place, right? But if you know your Bible, who did they have to answer to in the Bible? Who was above them? Now, y'all, if y'all know who was above the Hebrews in the Bible, in the New Testament and all that shit, who was above them? Who did the Jewish community have to answer to? Thank you, William Jolie got it right. Nah, they had to answer to the motherfucking Rome, the Romans, the Pope. Them niggas still run this shit, bro. So we be thinking the small hat community run shit. Nah, they still got to answer to Rome. They still got to answer to Vatican. They still got to answer to Vatican over there, bro. The Romans, exactly. We still under the Roman calendar. That should tell you right there who's still running this shit. People be thinking to be the small hat community running shit, but nah, it ain't the small hat community. That shit be coming right out of Vatican, bro. You know what I'm saying? So they the ones that's really running this shit, bro. So it ain't like I said, it's levels to this shit. So these all these celebrities that be trying to play the game and be tied in with these different communities and shit, all that shit be chain of command, bro. All that shit be chain of command. And when people go off script, they usually get spanked when they go off script. Nick Cannon, for instance. Nick Cannon had Professor Griff on his podcast and they was talking all that shit. What they do? They spanked his ass. They spanked Nick Cannon ass. Nigga lost his Viacom deal, took his show away, all that shit, bro. Nigga was reading they had him reading every fucking Jewish pamphlet, book and pamphlet in the world. You know what I mean? Basically keeping that nigga in line. He took all that shit off his page. He was putting up all his Jewish material and shit on there, books and like they spanked his ass and said, "Listen, we gonna give you your show back, but we gotta spank you." They took Wildin' Out, all that shit from that nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? So these niggas, let me see if anything going on the updates with the trial. Let me see if we can get some updates. All right. All right. Yeah, this they be on some bullshit, bro. That's why I said all that shit is just all a game. They used to be playing this shit to be all a fucking game, bro. It should be all a game. All right, I'm gonna try to see if we get any updates real quick, y'all. Hold on. Some updates going. Make sure y'all smash that like button if you didn't. Trying to get some updates on what's going on with this wacky ass trial. In the meantime, between time, I'll be back with you.
You got the whole place to yourself. Yeah, I know. Book. Excuse me? Why is it crowded? Like, what is the case? Oh, sorry. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's the track going on. Oh, okay. Something here. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Thank you.40分钟，一组这个3组，左边3组，右边3组。No, they're stupid. They're like, right, the people know. Right away. If they spin, they spin. If they don't, they might come back. Who knows? But they got to leave the court at some point. They all, I already got this traffic. No. Yeah, that's
Because I'll be look, that was like a joke. You come out the door, usually people say something, they'll say a little thing, we ask a little question, but this is great. There was a lot of stuff in schools like, what you doing? What happened to this? What happened to that? They were like, bypass that. That would make logical sense to me. Logical sense. Spin the block, they might go back there. Then hopefully the person that was in screaming would leave, but the person that was in screaming is going to be there. They're coming back and screaming at you. So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Some people be out of putting on intentions, trying to get a story, trying to get a viral clip or viral. It's not just about that. Can't really know that. Everybody subscribe though. You gotta know who that is, man. It's been a PDF, bro. Yeah, that's you. I don't know, bro. Who's that? That's the whole wild person I don't know. I had that. They'll be up like this. Look at these. Yo, Diddy's board, bro. Hold up. What's going on here? Like, oh. But and sometimes you all work it out.
That's okay.
It's incredible. So we go back to the city clerk, and then basically just somebody who marries you, and it's like a 5-minute. Okay, bye.
Like they just realized.
Wait, so
报告排一下。 say, all my luggage gets in the train. That's a different issue. All I know is I saw it in the rules. I think let me
Very often the people who were on, he knows.
Feels like it. You see those two patterns? Enter right over there. Right over front. See what that gray guy? Back in the picture? Good ball. Good luck.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.